Welcome everyone to our City Council Budget Retreat. Today is Thursday, February 5th, 2026, and I would like to call this meeting to order. Can I get roll call, please?
Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor Sweet,
Here.
Member Aslis. I see him here. I haven't given him permission to speak yet. All right, guys. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember House. Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember Spence.
Nate? Here.
I'm going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you can, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contribution. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will ever know this place as home.
Thank you. Before we get started, I want to acknowledge the tragic incident of last night. And I know our hearts and prayers are going out to everyone that was involved. I know a lot of us were up all night, and I was thinking about our law enforcement locally and statewide, and just really gave a lot of thought and prayers. So I would like to do a moment of silence. Thank you. And I am going to kick it off to our city manager.
Morning, everybody. I know it's a day today. Moving and keep the city forward, and it's what we're doing today in our budget retreat. I am wearing my green jacket for money. But today is really an opportunity to give council and our leadership team and our community a snapshot of where we are as an organization. We're going to get some really good updates on where we are for revenue. We're going to talk about some available resources, some fixed costs. We're going to kind of dig into some of our funds and our fiscal health of some of our funds. We're going to have, after the break in the afternoon, we're going to have some time to talk about emerging needs. And these are items that we see as items that will likely come forward through the budget process. Ironically, one of them is public safety and public safety staffing. So after everything last night, I think it's very top of mind. And then also a discussion about revenue considerations. We're going to go into some potential ideas, things that we may be looking at. I know just the mayor I know is in Phoenix today. She's testifying at a House hearing, and also likely will be connecting with the governor at some point. But I'm really happy that all of you are here today. Really great participation by the team. And I'm excited to be here. I'm going to introduce John Comer, who is going to give a update kind of on the budget timeline, and also a refresher on our key community priorities and objectives.
Thanks, Joanne.
Should have probably used, sorry, I missed the slide. Sorry. That's the worst thing I do today.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Agenda has been, we'll skip past that.
There you go.
I'm John Comer, your budget manager. Okay, the budget timeline, we're moving right along. Right now, we're in the second of 3 council budget retreats. See, the next one is going to be a double header on April 23rd and 24th. And this is when city manager can bring to you the recommended budget for FY27. And then in June, we will have the tentative budget adoption, followed 2 weeks later by the final budget adoption, as well as the property tax levy hearing and the first read of the property tax adoption. And then we finish up with the FY27 budget process on July 7th with the second read of the property tax adoption. Now, I know that you have probably seen this slide before, but I think it's always a good exercise when we're talking about budget to revisit our key community priorities. There are 7 broad priority areas that were created by you, the council, with significant public input. Won't read them out, but they are here as a reference for you if you need them. Also, along with these priority areas, each of the 7 has 4 or 5, 6 objectives, and these give more specific direction to staff as to how to move the needle on the priority areas. And as always, we do include list of definitions that are part of the priorities and objectives. We recognize that we may sometimes use language that is not, that might not be familiar to the public. So we did include these as well as a reference. That is all I have. So I'm turning it back over to Joanne for a recap of the December retreat.
All right. So the December budget retreat feels like it was a really long time ago, but it really wasn't. It was early December, and if you recall, we had Jeff Kennedy come in and do a facilitated discussion with council, and then also the leadership team was a part of that as well, where we talked about just things that we saw as priorities into this budget process. And one of the goals when we met with Jeff prior to that retreat was to really get a sense from council on what you wanted to see included in our budget, the city manager's recommended budget. So just some key themes that came up during the retreat. We talked a lot about communication, communicate, that not only do we need to do a better job of talking about what we do as a city, but also communicating our budget and our budget process. We talked a lot about balancing priorities. I think one of the key themes, and you'll see this throughout here, is a real focus on core services. We also talked about looking at strategic planning process. And I think the good news on that front is that we started the first retreat with council in January. We have another in March, and then we'll be hopefully kind of thick in our strategic planning process by the beginning, hopefully done before the summer. We talked a lot about the regional plan and implementing the regional plan, after it goes to the voters in May. We also talked about funding capital projects, financial stability, which is what we will hit on today, and then honoring some of the non-core services brought to council through the community. And some of those examples, of course, are two emergencies, housing, and climate. We also then went into a process where we talked with council about your priorities, and we broke up into small groups, and you were in groups with staff members, and I think we had a couple of community members in there as well. And this is what came out of that discussion on what council was interested in focusing on in this budget. We talked about core services, but we also talked about employee compensation and personnel and keeping our employees whole. We talked about funding housing and housing priorities. We talked about economic vitality, making sure that, you know, we're funding tourism and business expansion and small business, kind of the core things that keep our community moving forward. And then capital investment was a big priority where we talked about Parks and Rec, forest health initiatives, sustainability, and also just infrastructure, not just infrastructure, but infrastructure. And I think what you'll see here is these are pretty much all of the things that we do as an organization. But it shows that we're right on track with council and the priorities that we're working on. So kind of with that, I'd like to now take an opportunity to turn it over to, let me turn it over to Rick. Mr. Tatter to start talking about revenue. And I know we all look forward to this very exciting presentation from Rick. And I do think, I will say one of the things that we've been doing is giving regular updates to our leadership team and, you know, making sure our leadership team is knowledgeable of where we're going with our revenues. So Rick has had a lot of practice with this. That's fine.
Thank you, Joanne, and good morning, Vice Mayor and City Council members. This is our annual kind of conversation about revenue updates. We'll dive deeper into what we talked about in December, where we were seeing trends in our sales tax and other revenues. We'll look forward to how we're projecting and how we're seeing revenues line up with prior year budget versus what we're looking at going forward in the current year. There's a lot of things that are impacting our economy. There's just so many things I couldn't really pull it together as one kind of clear conversation, but you know, from tariffs to inflation rates to housing prices, I've listened to several economists and I always get different answers from different economists. You know, we're good, we're gonna be strong, or we got to watch out for things, there could be recessions. It's a mix of what we're hearing out in certain sectors. I'll say from the state perspective, I think the state is doing pretty well as far as revenues. We'll see that in kind of our income tax revenues and state shared sales tax revenues. But at our local level, we're maybe a little bit lower than what we're projecting on some of our categories. Not that mouse.
Oh.
No, I use my computer instead of the mouse. So here's kind of just a intro as far as it comes with our general fund structure and revenues. Our general fund is approximately $83 million as far as an operating fund that brings in revenues to that level. There's three areas that we look at. We have general sales tax at 1% is about 38% of our revenue resources. State shared revenues is about 39%. And our other revenues, which include things like property taxes, license permits, user fees and so forth, brings in about 23% of our annual operating revenues in our general fund. So there's a nice mix here, but with the curve over time, we used to be close to a third, but we haven't moved much on property taxes and user fees. And we'll talk about that a little bit later today. Some considerations we'd like you to consider. As always, want to make sure we're planning for future recessions. That is out in the fifth year of our 5-year plan, FY 2031. And understanding that general fund is huge. It supports 15 of our divisions as well as 35 sections. So there's a lot of needs and a lot of things we got to balance and assure we get the right resources to each annual budget process. All right, let's start diving into our sales tax. I shared this chart with you back in December. We do have some good news this year that we did see a good level of returns, TPT returns in December. We had a growth of about 5% over prior year. So it was great to see us kind of turn the table and start to see some revenue growth. We're still slightly below where we were last year, about $70,000. Just as information, I just received the January data. It was just completed on January, so of course I had to jump in to see where we're at. It's just preliminary, but we're having another decent month in January where we have about a 6% increase. So the trend is there. It could be part of the pent-up demand through a federal shutdown that came through, plus our wonderful holidays in Flagstaff and bringing people to Flagstaff. So some of the tax categories are still struggling. You can see here, we talked about hotels and motels. That was one. We had a good month last month, so we did see an uptick there, but I think we're going to see a downtick in January. Retail is still above prior year to date. Marketplace is doing very well. And of course, our construction contract and personal rental continue to have declines in year-over-year projections. But again, the good news is that a couple of categories will improve, that being, gosh, I got my chart somewhere else. Got so much data on my table here. We'll see improvements in, again, retail sales tax. Our restaurant bars will continue to see a good growth in January. So we're seeing those positive trends in some of these categories that you'll see as we go through and bring it back to April retreat. Here's a chart that shows quarterly tax returns, trying to blend, changes between months and how it looks from a quarter-to-quarter basis. When we talked in December, we showed you the July through September quarter as a decline. That's where we were at in the first quarter. We saw 4% under prior year for a couple months and then some slow growth. You'll see as we go into the October through December quarter, there's an uptick over last year to date. So that's the positive trend that we're seeing, and we hope we see continued growth throughout the remaining quarters. It's interesting to note that the second quarter and the fourth quarter, we're seeing flat revenues year over year for each of these. It's something I want to look into. It's like, why are revenues flattening out in these years versus you see trends more in the other quarters? I don't have the answer today, but maybe in April I'll have kind of a thought as far as why that's occurring in our general fund sales tax revenues. The next chart is to help show council the progression we've had as we've been watching these revenues monthly, starting in the end of the first quarter of September and comparing these to our budgets and our estimates. Here you can see as we ended the first quarter, we were estimating almost $500,000 under our budget for our sales taxes. We've trended a little bit upward. In December, we talked about increasing that to a $523,000 loss in our budget over actuals projections. However, with December's returns being positive, we did see that knocked down to about $400,000 to our budget estimates. And as I glanced at January, just preliminary, I could see this coming down by another $150,000 to about $242,000 if the trends continue what we've seen over the last few months. News, positive news. Give me a little bit of mixture of news through this presentation. And I did not even change the slide. This is what I was talking about. We were talking about the December returns where we started with an estimate of 500,000. We grew to the 523 and now we're at that 400,000. And hopefully that goes down by that 150,000 as I talked. Still a lot of red in many of these categories, but the overall picture is just balancing out. Sorry about that. Now we're going to get into the charts, the trends. We were at last year, what we're projecting this year versus what we had in our budget as we adopted for this current fiscal year. To note, the blue lines are actual collections, revenues that we've seen throughout the years for the last 10 years. The orange line represents the budget we adopted as council last year for this current fiscal year, as well as what we projected in last year's 5-year plans. Then we have a green line that represents our new projections. That's where we're at today and what we're expecting as far as revenue in our general fund in all these categories we're going to present today. Our goal has always been to see that green line be above that orange line. And we've been very successful for years, but this year's going to be a different story. You'll see often many of these projections are going to show that our green line, our new trend, is actually below what we adopted for budget last year. So here we have our general fund sales tax, the 1% that goes into the general fund. We were pretty close to where we ended end of year. We're a slight uptick at end of year where we have some one-time resources we have available. But as I demonstrated through the previous slide, we are looking at a trend that is less than budget. Currently, we're projecting the 392,000 shortfall and then still projecting about a 3% growth for the next several years. And then you see that flattening out in 2031. That's the recessionary, making sure that we can meet those ongoing needs when we hit these potential recessionary times. I'm not guaranteeing there's recession, it's just planning. So don't call me up on it.
I don't want you to guarantee it.
I don't guarantee any recessions, no way. So here's the gap that we're going to have to look at as we go through the review of division reviews and bring back a budget to you in April. A little bit of challenge here. Hopefully growth over the next few months. Next, we'll go into our state shared sales tax. And this is an area that is interesting because it was growing. It was doing pretty well the first several months of this year. As we went into December, we also talked about other impacts that we're seeing to state share revenues based on state issues or legislative issues. So initially we were going to trend actually higher than our budget. The green would have been above the orange, but primarily due to the addition of a new city within Arizona, Santan Valley. Congratulations to that community that has been annexed into the state of Arizona. They brought in 100,000 or so population, which then addresses and cuts our pie that we receive in our state shared revenues. So we'll see that throughout some of these state shared revenues, that is the impact that we're going to have as an ongoing basis related to annexation. This is the first time we've seen an annexation that big. There's been other ones smaller, but this one had a larger impact to all the cities in Arizona. But congratulations to that community. So here with our trend, we are actually looking at behind myself. So in December, it was the first time we saw the state starting to take Santan Valley receipts out of our share. They actually did a correction back to September because September was the first month that after they were annexed. And so we got hit by a $62,000 decline in state shared revenues. It's kind of a surprise, but then once we heard the reason, we were already planning to see these types of hits for us. So that was the first time we saw the Santan Valley impacts. But now we're seeing estimates related to Santan Valley, about 200,000 a year impact from that new city within Arizona. We would have been slightly above in this chart, but you can see that 200,000 kind of flips us to the lower end of revenue projections. As we look at revenue projections for state shared revenues, we also take and consider what the Finance Advisory Committee that presents to state legislators and works with a joint legislative budget committee. We look at what they're looking at trends, and in their growth, they're looking at between 2.5% to 4.5% growth over the next 5 years. While we have in our plans probably about a 2.8 to 3% growth. So we're a little bit below, because I'm always cautious. They seem to be a little bit aggressive, so I want to be cautious where we're putting our projections that we can achieve for our community.
Rick,
Yes.
question.
Yes.
In the state shared revenue with Santan Valley, did they also, when they were annexed, was that the first time they were paying into the collection of the shared tax revenue? Does that get balanced out, or how does that?
So the state shared taxes are collected from throughout the state. It's not only for cities, right? Income taxes are for everybody, either incorporated or unincorporated areas are paying into the income tax system. So that goes into our share and distribute. They just weren't going to distribute. They weren't getting a distribution from it.
So the
We're
state
city.
shared
Yes.
revenue, like when I was doing consulting, some of my businesses, depending on what city they're in, just paid to the county, just paid. So is that how this gets calculated? Now that they're annexed, are their businesses now paying into an additional pot, or no? They're just now taking from us, not from us, but they are taking from us.
Need a flip chart.
Is that
So they've been paying into systems. They've been paying state sales tax. They've been paying state income taxes. But Santan Valley specifically was not getting a share back to cities. The counties were getting shares. They were in a certain county that received distributions from income tax and sales tax, but they never pulled out of the city portion. The city portion just went to the cities that were incorporated. So they continue to pay. It's not like they're going to be charged a new tax. It's the existing tax rates that they have until their city decides to adopt property taxes for themselves or local sales taxes, and those things could impact those businesses. But from a state revenue side, they should not be impacted.
thank you.
That's
Yeah, no, I didn't know the overall big picture. I know just from the business level, how it looks. So that makes
it's
sense.
still the same pie with that group. The next area is our auto lieu. This is our vehicle registration tax that's distributed to cities. This is one where it was in lieu of getting income tax or other taxes by cities. The state decided they would manage the vehicle license tax and distribute back to the cities on our behalf. 20% of the revenues approximately are distributed back to cities and towns, and based on area of registration and share of populations. Here you can see another area that we see a little bit of impact from Santan Valley, but revenues have been doing well here. This one could have been a little bit of growth in revenues on initial projections, but as we adjust downward for the next 6 more months, we are seeing that this will probably hit close to our budget, which is a good thing. But net wise, we're flat over last year's budget with auto lieu. This next one's a fun one, and I'm gonna have a few slides to walk through this. I had to get my mind through how to step through what is occurring on our state shared urban revenue, which is also our income tax. This is both the individual income tax as well as the corporate income tax. State share revenues were originally distributed at 15% of income taxes from cities and towns. They did some tax conformity where they actually gave a higher distribution because they went to a flat rate income tax in Arizona but they tried to keep cities whole by giving us a higher percentage of the pot. This dip here was during COVID where we had a delay in income tax reporting. They delayed it till after July 1st. So just timing of returns impacted that with this dip. So as the flat tax started to be implemented and come into fruition, we identified kind of where our revenues were going to end up. And in fiscal year 26, which is our current year of distributions, again, this is 2 years later from when they collect, is where we see kind of where we expect to start our ongoing growth of income taxes. So last year, we took that level and started planning ahead with approximately a 3% growth in our revenues. That's where we were last year's budget process. Again, this revenue source is pretty predictable because they collect it. For example, they collected taxes last fiscal year, FY25, but they'll distribute those taxes in FY27. So we kind of know what the pot is going to look like when they distribute for FY27. So when we saw where they ended at the end of the year, we actually saw a gain over what they projected. And so you'll see a jump up in fiscal year 27 for our income tax collections, which is good news. It was a great gain, and we did estimate that that would go forward, but other things have occurred that make this a little more volatile or hard to predict where we're going to end for this year. The three things that are impacting, had we started here and projected up, we would have been above the orange line. We would have been good with revenues and have a resource. But due to things like tax conformity considerations, Santan Valley annexation, you're actually seeing a dip now in FY28 and going forward. We'll talk through those impacts in the next couple slides. The good news, those impacts would have been worse if we didn't have the growth. So there's good news there. So let's walk through kind of how we see the impacts of these three issues for Arizona, City of Flagstaff. So here I just kind of compressed and are showing you the current fiscal year is where we ended last year, where we see next year's returns coming. Had we not had the annexation related to Santan Valley, we could have seen more growth related in here. So this would have been our baseline. And here you see we would have been well above that green line for revenues for the City of Flagstaff. Wish it stayed there. But understand we have a new city and there's distribution changes. That took a slice of that pie, a part of that growth that we're seeing in our income tax and projecting going forward. It didn't bring us fully below last year's budget. We're still in good shape because of the level of tax returns in the economy in Arizona. But it did have a fiscal impact to our future revenues for the new city. So you can see we kind of drop a little bit, but stay above that last year's budget and 5-year planning. Now the trouble. So the next issue is tax conformity. We do not know where this is going to land. We talked about this a little bit back in December of what tax conformity could mean for the City of Flagstaff. But I'm going to step through the two scenarios that have been presented so far by the governor's budget, as well as the state legislator also put a bill through for tax conformity. I'm going to start with the governor's portion of what she presented in her budget message and budget proposal first, and then go to the state legislative. Let me find my notes here. So with the governor's tax conformity, her focus is primarily on individual income tax, break considerations, deductions, and those kind of things versus the corporate side of tax conforming with the federal budget bill. As we layer in that bill, about half of what was actually presented at the big beautiful bill adoption, we do half the tax conformity. We're actually now going to hit a negative underneath our prior year projections based on what is, if the governor's proposal is adopted. So you can see, we'll keep this current year one-time monies because remember, this is a 2-year delay from when it impacts us. So we'll see impacts probably in this year's tax returns, tax collections at the state. But in 2 years, FY28 is when we'll see the impact for the city of Flagstaff, which is great. We got time to get there and plan once we know their what they adopt. But here you can see it does have impact to the city. It brings it down to about $200,000 loss over those future years, but not too bad. Something we could probably live with and grow within the future years. We'll still keep approximately $800,000 in one-time revenues, but then have to make adjustments going forward. The next one shows us where the legislative bill was presented. And here you can see that they're accepting pretty much all the tax conformity, a little adjustments in the commercial side of things, corporate side, but pretty close to full tax conformity. And here you can see that that takes, from this yellow line all the way down to the green. And that's what we're currently using for our projections in our 5-year plan. That's kind of our starting point. We hope to hear better news, but this is where we're at today. That's where you saw us going below that prior year budget. So with that, it cuts down another $400,000 to our revenues that we get from the state. So it's another step down from our previous year budget and a $400,000 or so impact. Total tax conformity is about $850,000 annually impact to our state shared revenues alone. And that's where that bottom line where we could have been great all the way down to this green bottom line. That's where the issue that we're going to have to manage within our budget this fiscal year. So any questions on those charts? Trying to walk through them. Hopefully I walked through it pretty well with you. Talk to your legislators, see if you get them a little bit lower. We appreciate that.
I have a question.
Yes.
Given the Santan Valley Annex and these bills that are going to have some impact, whether it's the governor's bill or the legislator's bill, once that's settled, do we make those adjustments to our 5-year projections so that we're not, like once we see that this is an absolute change, and so now we have to manage to that instead of what we expected so that we feel better and our green line is above there, right?
Yes.
I mean, because right now, if we just stick with the 5-year plan, we're going to be trending downwards, but it's still upwards, right? That makes sense. My question, like, once we know that those are things that weren't just an anomaly, we don't know why this happened or this happened. Now we know these are adjustments that will be right.
So yeah, we are actually in our general fund addressing the cut and creating a new baseline for ongoing resources. We're starting here in our budget discussions. That's the full impacts that could occur from all these decisions. And so we're resetting the baseline for income taxes to meet this trend line now. Versus the orange.
I mean, our expenses, our costs are still going up, but it's still going up. It's not going down. It's just below the other colors.
Yes, it'll start to grow after they take that impact.
Thank you.
Yeah. Time will tell. It's I don't know when they'll come to a decision with that, but hopefully by April we know. And we could bring that back to you and let you see where they landed, and how that impacted us through our budget decisions. Just no sign.
I'm not really familiar with tax conformity, so I guess the general question is, what happens to the difference in the money, or the money that's not given to us or taken back by the federal government? Does it just go into other programs that they decide?
So tax conformity, when we talk about in Arizona, generally the federal government sets their deduction levels, their exemptions and so forth. And then states have a decision. Do we want to have a similar deduction in our state? Do we want to abide to what the federal governments do and build those into our state taxes? So it's really trying to conform to what federal changes down at the state level. So it's actually a matter, in this type of case, it's actually a matter of reducing taxes to corporate and individual. It's not like there's a pot of money they're redistributing. They're actually collecting less at the state level as well as federal level because of deductions, because of exemptions. So there's no pot to move around. We're all having less revenues.
Thank you.
Allow me to clarify. All right, another fun little chart. Building permits. This is where we often see, ups and downs related to building permits. It's based on economies, based on what projects are available or in the pipeline. So we're kind of cautious where we see this trend as we go forward. It's kind of volatile during economic downturns. So we determine kind of a flat baseline. Our flat baseline is around the $2 million annually. Because we've seen it's been close to the 2 million, it's been well above, but it's also been below that $2 million target. So we want to keep this as a baseline for where we go projections. We do expect that trend to continue for our baseline. Last year, we actually ended up slightly above where we were projecting. So we do have some one-time revenues from building permits from last fiscal year. As we talked in December, we're actually trending a little bit lower than the $2 million related to building permits. However, we saw some good dollar amount of building permits issued in December, which really brought that back up to our baseline projection. And I took a glance yesterday, and January was a good building permit month also. So maybe it was just a pause and caution for the building community to actually issue get permits issued. But hopefully we're starting to see that rebound a little bit, but I'm quite confident we're going to hit that 2 million mark, maybe a little bit more as we end out the fiscal year. Franchise fees. Well, those were exciting charts. This one's really boring. Not a whole lot to say about franchise fees, except for they're pretty flat year to year. Very minor growth that we see. Franchise fees are tax collections. Franchise fees related to cable, natural gas, telecom, and electric providers. So those are where we have our franchises in the city of Flagstaff community. What we see going on this year, this year's projection, we're actually seeing that cable and natural gas are trending lower. It could be the way people are subscribing to television services and so forth, as well as natural gas. Maybe we had a mild winter, wasn't as cold as before. But electric has seen a good increase to offset those declines that we're seeing. Electric is based on rates. So as we have rate increases from APS, you'll see revenue growth there for our city. So we're really close trend line, maybe slightly below what we projected, but not a major impact to our next year's budget process.
The slide. Is that incorporating the new fiber optics lines that we're adding in? Because we hadn't had those before. Now they're.
I have not started doing that yet because One of my concerns, are they just taken away from another provider? Right? Is it just a shift of where those revenues are? So we need a little more time to see those land.
That makes sense.
For remembering about that. It adds more. Okay, so here is new slides. We never keep things the same as we put in the package. But I thought it was really important to bring these issues to you, council members, vice mayor, of things that are going at the legislative level that, you know, may or could have impacts on our state, federal, resources and revenues, if they adopt some of these bills that are going through. So just touching on what I've found and addressed so far, what we've heard, we get a weekly financial update from the Arizona League of City and Towns. Glad you're here. And these are some of the things that they're watching as well as we'll be watching. Of course, tax conformity is that big one. The general fund impact that we're seeing is the $425,000 up to the $850,000 impact. Currently, we're budgeting at that $850,000. This next one related to food tax doesn't affect the city of Flagstaff. We chose when we go out to the ballot, we say we will exempt food tax, but there are many cities that rely on this valuable tax resource, and there's been legislative movement on this. Last year, House, what's the HDR? There actually is something that's going to go on the ballot this year related to food tax, where they're going to limit what cities can do. They're going to cap the amount cities can issue. They're going to grandfather in some of these cities, so they're not impacted like we initially thought. However, now this year, there's more food tax bills coming through that will hurt those cities. That will be a ballot measure also. This is going to create some confusion on the ballot. It's more eliminating food tax versus giving maybe the guidance or the cap on what people can do for food tax. So if you want to help your neighboring cities who have a food tax, please talk to your legislators related to that one. This one, TPT sourcing remote sales tax, 2290. A little concerned about this one. This is where we started receiving marketplace revenues for retail sales that are outside our community, but shipped to citizens in Flagstaff. So that was passed many years ago. And it was based on the point of receiving the product is where you pay the sales tax, or they collect the sales tax for. There's legislation this year that's looking to change related to warehouses that are in Arizona. It doesn't affect those that are outside the Arizona boundaries, but it affects warehouses within Arizona. They want to shift the collection of tax. If it's shipped from an Arizona way, tax goes to that community versus to where the tax was being billed to in the city of receipt of the goods. So we don't have numbers as far as what impact it is, but there are some big warehouses down in Phoenix. Amazon has big warehouses down in Phoenix and so forth. This could be a shift where one community is start getting all these income taxes that previous cities used to based on delivery, and the cities that receive deliveries are going to reduce taxes. And we don't have numbers, but I just throw in there that 10% shift in marketplace revenues for these warehouses in Arizona could be $150,000 a year to our income taxes, our sales taxes from the marketplace. Could be higher, could be lower. I'm not sure, but this is one where, and it really makes it confusing for agencies like Amazon and so forth, trying to understand, okay, this warehouse was in Arizona, collect that tax versus this one's going to this city, collect that tax. So hopefully there's some pushback. There's some pushback at the state level that we're trying to push this one back. But yeah, that would not be good for many cities in Arizona. This next one is distribution of TPT for HERF. State collects the sales tax, 5.6%. And they have a bill that will say that any electric charging station, that tax collected for those charging stations will be restricted to HERF use. So they will take that instead of putting the general fund and distribute it in cities and towns and say, nope, we're going to move this over to HERF, use it for streets and those improvements. This has pros and cons. It adds value to our HERF funds, which are kind of flat and limited, but it will take away from our general sales tax in the cities. The motor fuel tax holiday. This is an interesting one where they're looking to have a fuel tax holiday in Maricopa and Pima counties. This is kind of related to fuel blend and what they're required to do in certain months of the year, where they are looking to eliminate the 18-cent tax through the months of May and September. I don't get why, but this is one of their considerations that they have out there. It'll have an impact to her funds statewide, right? Less collection, less share of distribution as a whole. However, in the bill, they are looking to shift revenues and give cities more percentage or dollar amount of revenues to try and keep cities whole. But where does that money come from? It comes from a state general fund, and they really don't have a budget. they're low on revenues too. So, yeah, that one just doesn't make a lot of sense, and I would hope they would vote that one down. Nope, I'm not done with these. Utility TPT exemptions. This is a bill that is coming through where one legislator wants to offset some of the tax changes that have happened over the year for utility TPT tax collections. They want to add exemptions to companies that would actually have a $115,000 shortfall or reduction in TPT over the next 3 years. This would translate, as far as our share of revenues in Flagstaff, $1.5 million over those 3 years, about $500,000 for 3 years. Then they cap it. That's as far as they want to go. But you know, once things are in, are they going to continue these? So that is a bad bill. The last one is a positive bill if they get this passed. House Bill 2119, data centers. They currently have a TPT exemption in state statutes where they are exempt from TPT taxes. It currently is set to expire December 31st, 2033. At least it expires. We'll see if it does. But the bill this year is actually to shorten that expiration date to this December. That would have a positive impact on state revenues, state shared revenues, as well as communities that have these data centers in their areas. So there is a bill update I really wanted to get. Good, I still got some time. Get to you. Just things I brought up and brought forward. So now we're going to talk through some of the other funds that we generally look at this time of year. Our highway user revenue funds. This is where cities and towns get about 27.5% of the gas tax. Yes, the one they want to do a holiday on. And then there's a distribution based on populations as well as location of collections. Revenues are difficult to project here. So we're struggling with this one a little bit. We started the first 3 months with positive growth, 2-3% growth, but then we started seeing dips in the last few months, last 3 months. December receipts were down about, or November's receipts were down about 10% below last year. But there's two things that we saw related to those. One is the federal government shutdown. You know, people may have been staying home more instead of traveling or coming to Flagstaff or what have you, as well as Santan Valley. Santan Valley started getting their distributions based on September's revenues. So those two hit us pretty good in November. which was October's activity. And then in December, we saw another dip due to federal shutdown, as well as our medical marijuana excise tax. People are not buying as much medical marijuana excise tax. For some reason, these distributions are down 3% over the prior year. It's interesting that there's a decline in this tax category. And the same is for the general election. It comes to about $10,000, but is impact to her. They do get a specific cut from those revenues. So currently our projections will show in here that we are looking at a dip. Ended pretty well last year. We are looking at a dip, and going out, we're looking at a 2.5% to 3% below budget, below the orange line that we adopted last year. Of course, good news. I had to sneak in this morning and look at January. January had a 3% growth. So maybe we're behind that little dip as we go out. So we'll keep monitoring these, and hopefully January Fed will have a better trend after those impacts we saw from shutdown and Santan Valley. All right, transportation taxes. Transportation taxes are for road repair, street safety. Our transportation projects 419, Lone Tree Overpass, which is Prop 420, as well as our transit tax that we use to help Mountain Line operate. Generally, these taxes trend very closely to what we talk about when we're talking about the general sales tax. So this is a similar picture as we talked about earlier with the general fund sales taxes, where we are not expected to meet our previous year budgets. While we end a little bit better last fiscal year, we are expected to not meet our targets with our transportation taxes. But remember, this is 100,000 over the 4 tax categories. So each one will have to adopt and adjust their long range plans to fit within these new projections. Okay. Then board and beverage tax, our BBB tax. This is a 2% sales tax that we collect for restaurants, bars, and lodging under 30 days, such as our hotels, motels, short-term rentals, campgrounds. As we talked about earlier this year, in December, we did see a downtick here. We saw some positive growth in both restaurants and hotels in December. So that was a good to see those start to grow maybe a little bit more. But as you've seen earlier on the slides, lodging, restaurants, and bars are projected about 1% above budget. So that's a good trend that we're looking at. However, the lodging is predicted about 6.5% below our budget at this time. Hopefully we got some good activity in the next 6 months to bring those back. But the net impact is about $900,000 impact to our BBB funds for an ongoing basis. Of note, it's not the full impact of hotels and restaurants, because restaurants and bars are about 2/3 of the revenue. So that one's doing well, but it takes up a bigger slice of the pie. That's why it's a 1.5% decline versus what you've heard for 6.5% for hotels. So it kind of balances out when restaurants are doing well. So, as we talked in December with BBB, we now have a new projection here, but there's a lot of things that impacted these collections. The international market is clearly down based on this summer activities and what's going at the federal level. The federal shutdown had a big impact for October and November. But there's a lot of positive things. I want to say there's some positive things with a great group of Discover Flag. They're putting the efforts in. They're shifting their advertising. They're trying to get the right people to come to town that can to make it here, as well as we have the America's 250th birthday, which is actually on a Saturday. So we may have extended stays for many people coming in on Fridays, the holidays. We have the Route 66 Centennial and Dark Skies. We have some good events coming this year that are being promoted, and hopefully boost these revenues for BBB taxes. With that, any questions on revenue projections? Or have you heard enough? All right. Well, thank you very much. Next up is Heidi.
Vice Mayor,
Thanks for catching.
well, Heidi Derryberry, the city's budget director. I'm here this morning to talk a little bit about some of our available resources, specifically in the general fund, as well as some of the fixed costs that we are projecting. So my first slide here is kind of becoming a boring slide, as Rick said on his, is actually our pension contribution rates. The boring slide as in they're much stable over the last number of years since the city made the decision to do the debt pension and pay in to get us fully funded. So I say boring as in the lines are pretty steady, but a good story to tell that we have stabilized since we made that decision. And as of fiscal year 25, police and fire are currently fully funded. Not a lot to talk about. ASRS, they see a very slight decrease with the new rates that we've received for 27, as well as PSPRS, or the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System. Police and fire are both seeing a little uptick in one of the tiers and down in the other, but nothing significant. We do have a little bit of a concern. We say concern, but we expected it likely. With the cost of the adjustments that we made in these two groups during 26, we may see some possibility that we might not be fully funded and need to make an additional contribution to keep these two plans funded. However, in fiscal year 26, we do have some contingency reserve that we did budget for in case we need to do that. Something to of note, you can see there is, my next slide, sorry. The next slide is how these rates actually calculate into our costs. So as you can also see in this chart, our pension costs have stabilized. The PSPRS police increase in 24. So you can see this big jump here in 24. That was actually due to an additional $3.2 million payment that the city made in order to keep that pension plan 100% funded. In fiscal year 27, we're projecting a relatively small increase overall of about 121,000, mainly due to an overall increase to personnel costs. With the projected pay increases, pay for performance, and our merit and step plan increases. So yes, the rates are stable, but as we increase our salary costs, the cost of pension. I think just a great takeaway for talking rates is the PSPRS pension costs. Since paying off the debt has created stability and reduced the uncertainty of annual rate changes and cost impacts. I don't know if you guys remember, a number of years ago, we were facing millions of dollars a year in impacts to the general fund. So at least this has created stability and so good news on these. Just a couple other fixed costs that I thought would be worth talking about. I know last year we talked about these as well. We're keeping an eye on these as we're trending to have outpaced budgets for the last few years in these categories. The main ones this year are electricity and motor vehicle parts. Last year we talked about fuel, but due to decreased fuel costs, we actually are trending within our budget and kind of not as concerned this year. As the chart shows, we continue to see significant increases, however, in electricity year over year. The current projections for 26, we could end up being as much as 1.6 million over budget. These are citywide numbers, not just general fund. We are currently, APS is looking for additional rate increases. So in our projections for 27 that you see here, we're estimating an 11.5% increase in non-water electricity accounts and up to 14% for our water. Those are big numbers.
So Heidi, I mean, we all know that APS rates are going up and they may go up significantly. I understood that when we've been very aggressive in converting to electrifying all of our buildings and changing out our light bulbs and stuff. And that I remember the conversation was, this will save us money.
That's really a great Nicole team question. I know that
She's online. Oh, yeah.
I might ask Nicole to help because I don't know. We are seeing some savings, but I'm not.
This is the Noresco.
It's consumption, but if APS keeps bumping rates up, takes away from the gains that we would have.
Right, but
Nicole has more information on it.
But my memory is, and okay, it's just my memory, so it could be wrong, was that the net would be a net savings because we would be more efficient. And even though we're converting to all electric, the efficiencies would then save us money over time. So Nicole's got her hand up, so.
Thank you, Nicole.
Absolutely. Good morning, Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. Yes, so the Noresco, the efficiency measures that were brought forward with the contract with Noresco, the energy conservation contract, essentially all of that work absorbed the last rate increase, if you will, from APS. So the city did not see an increase in expenditures in that manner a few years ago. Sorry. So what I'm trying to say is essentially the work that we did saved the city money because it essentially, we did not experience the cost impacts of the last rate increase. So if you can think of it in that manner, it was a very successful project from that. And I apologize if I missed the main gist of the question.
So I get what you're saying. So the I think it was like 4.2 million that we invested in this offset the rate increases that we've seen there. But now that we're all electric, do we have a slide that shows us that, like, now that we're not using gas and all electric, are we going to be better off, or will we still be at a loss?
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. The city organization is not all electric. We still have a tremendous amount of natural gas that we rely on. So, for example, the furnaces at the library, at the Aquaplex, at City Hall are not electric. So we are not a full electric organization. We are moving towards that in a manner that's best most appropriate. So, for example, we have electrified, focusing on putting mini splits or heat pumps in smaller facilities to help shift towards that direction of all electric. But as an organization, the Noresco project just helped us shift towards bringing on more efficiency and a more electric use where applicable. So mini splits, for example, the sustainability office has heat pumps, a couple of fire stations and so forth, but we are not a fully electric organization.
Right, but we're moving towards that. And my question is, my question has evolved. So you've been answering it as we go along. But with that said, the more we move towards our goal of all electric, are we also looking at what that cost is at the bottom line? Because the APS rates, I know they're requesting another big rate increase. Once we continue to shift to all electric, is that going to continue to burden our budget more than it is having a mixed fuel system? Does that make sense?
It does, absolutely.
We are of electricity, then we're tied to that rate increase. And it's already costing us 1.6 million over our budget because of what we've done already, correct?
So absolutely, and I'd be happy to follow up in more detail. But if the folks don't mind, we can park it here for a second. A couple of things, the range of potential impacts to the city organization, depending on precipitation, because water services is the lion's share of our electric use, up to 75% as a city organization. Bringing on efficiencies in processes at water services is a priority and will be the key focus as we continue to move forward. We are focusing on bringing efficiencies first and foremost. We have to focus on efficiencies first and then that electrification. Again, there's going to be several things that we as an organization will never be off of natural gas, or looking at our boilers, for example. But with that in mind, it is absolutely at the forefront of energy planning, and that is the phase that we're in currently, is to start looking now at the long term of our increasing consumption. Again, water services has the lion's share because of the work that they do. So we are working closely with water services. They're leading the efforts to bring on as many efficiencies as we can. And so we have to keep that as a priority, and then electrifying where we can. But the big energy users, right now, that long-term stabilization is our goal of efficiency, and then simultaneously looking at other opportunities to stabilize our energy costs. So we have to look at it as a whole, and you're exactly right. We have to think in the long term and the balance of both.
Right. Okay. Well, I look forward to continuing this conversation as we move forward. I don't want to
Absolutely.
take up any more time, but this definitely has to be part of the conversation as we move to more electrification, and efficiencies will help it. But, that's a big number already, and we're still moving in that direction. So I just want to give it some oxygen here and keep it at top of mind when we're talking about other changes. So thank you, Nicole. Get better soon.
Absolutely. Oh, thank you so much.
Moving on, the motor vehicle parts is another area that we continue to see significant increases year over year. Just on this chart from fiscal year 2022 until our projections in 27, we're seeing a 59% increase in these costs. I think partially increased costs of getting parts and doing things for vehicles. And then just our aging fleet is also driving these numbers up. So as we continue to replace our vehicles, hopefully they become efficient and less needing repairs, but we are seeing continued trends in that. We're currently projecting for 27 a flat budget year over year for 26, but you can see that the costs keep rising in this category. And I do have a.
Oh, but the utility, electricity, couldn't like investing in solar help reduce that?
So we don't, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Dennis, I was gonna say, we don't, yeah, Sterling.
Vice Mayor, yeah, public comments can come at the end during the open call to the public. Thank you.
Or we can, on a break, Dennis, if you want to ask a question, we can, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that interruption. So we are continuing to look at these costs as part of our budget process. All right, so next I'd like to take some time to talk about our available resources, specifically in the general fund. Rick spent a lot of time this morning talking about a number of different things that are happening to our revenues in our general fund and the impacts that those have on our budget. So I kind of just want to take a little time to walk through what we are showing in our general fund for capacity this year. I know y'all can look right down to the bottom line, and we have a very small one-time and ongoing capacity, but I just want to talk about how we have gotten to what we have. So for fiscal year 25 specifically, the 4.4 million that we have in one time revenue. This is due to increases, as Rick earlier mentioned, in our sales tax and state share revenues. We had been trending positively in this category. So over our year-end estimates, we did have about $600,000 in one time for that. We also saw a very large increase over our year-end estimate for permits. This was driven slightly by building permits, but significantly with our offsite permitting. So again, those revenues are really tied to one-time things related to development and construction. So we don't count on those as ongoing. So they are in our one-time. Another area that we saw was charges for services were up, but again, the driving revenues in there were our material testing fees and our planning fees. So again, tied to construction development. So we look at those as a one-time opportunity. For 2025, our expenditure savings that we have for $2 million. This expenditure savings is the savings we have above what we now have is a 96% execution rate in the general fund. So we are planning, in order to sustain the compensation adjustments that we've made over the last few years, we are actually looking that we expect to only spend 96% of our budget in the general fund. So after taking that into account, we had $2 million over our year-end estimate. And most of that was in personnel savings due to vacancies. For 2026, our revenue estimates, you could see we have just under $1 million that we expect in potential one-time capacity. As Rick mentioned, we are actually in 2026 expecting revenue declines and state shared revenues. Those are being offset again by licenses and permits. We're above our current projections for offsite permits, as well as our charges for services, materials, testing again. So again, we're expecting some one-time capacity out of the revenues we're seeing this year already. The next line, the 2026 personnel savings. So this is a new area that I added in this year that I have spent a lot of time doing analytical work on personnel in the general fund. And we have a couple things that are driving actually being able to gain a little bit of ongoing capacity. So currently, I looked over the last little bit, and we tend to be trending that we are hiring in. When we budget, we hire vacant positions at midpoint. So it gives the organization flexibility that we can hire up to midpoint without having any budget concerns. And yes, we absolutely hire above midpoint. We hire at midpoint, but overall, we seem to be trending between min and midpoint. So as a result of that, we're consistently seeing savings in our personnel budget. So I increased our ongoing capacity due to that for about $75,000 a year. The next piece that's impacting this is we do have an increased number of employees that are reaching the max of their range. So when we do budget, the system, we look at 3.5% average increase. So as we have more employees meeting that, hitting the max of their range, the cost of merits obviously goes down. This is consistent to consistent pay for performance and moving our employees through the pay plans as we intended. So the structure and having those consistent pay for performance and merits is doing what we intended it to do. A lot of these positions are actually, there are a number of regular pay plan, but a lot of them are police and fire. They're on a step plan and they're intended to move much more quickly through their plans. So we have a lot more of those positions hitting max. So as a result, that's about $300,000 a year that we have as in savings. We understand at some point those higher paid employees will leave, but they will be replaced with lower. So we felt comfortable that we can take that and make that an ongoing reason. Next line is 27 projections. So this is originally I had compared where we were at, like Rick talked, where we were at last year, what we thought was going to happen in 27 and what actually is happening in 27 in and out years. So we do have a little bit of revenue one-time capacity due, kind of like Rick was talking about, some of our impacts don't hit till 28. So we're planning that we should have some one-time resources available. But then there's that negative ongoing 375. So that is the impact of Santan Valley and some other little things. And then due to the amount of money in this next bucket, investment earnings, I just kind of wanted to pull it out because it kind of skews all of our numbers when I have it buried in. But in 2025, we ended the year in our investment earnings higher than we had originally projected. As well as in 2026, we have through the first part of the year continued to get very good investment earnings with good rates. So we're between 25 and 26 expecting about a $2.2 million one-time increase. We did a lot of analysis on kind of recent years and trends. We are seeing declining rates. We will continue to see declining fund balances in the general fund, which impacts the amount of investment earnings we will be getting. But we did feel comfortable. We hope not to dip down as low as we've seen in the past to actually increase our investment earning budget ongoing by $500,000 to give us some one-time or some ongoing capacity in the general fund. And then this last line is actually over the 10-year plan, not just the 5-year plan in the general fund, at an impact, like Rick said, worst case scenario at the $850,000. We actually had to recognize all 9 years of that pretty much in the plan in order to balance the general fund. So we are taking that all against all those one-time earning or one-time capacity that I just talked about. We're actually using that to balance the entire 10 years of the general plan at this point. Partially, just so I think Councilman Matthews mentioned it, like so that we don't have to cut our ongoing budget today. We made the decision until we have a better idea of those impacts and what is going to happen with the conformity and everything, that we would prefer as an organization to take that one-time capacity to give us the time before we have to potentially look at doing cuts and to see how revenue growth happens in the future. So due to all of those, we have $2.2 million in one-time capacity and about $500,000 in ongoing. So my next slide is to talk about some of the fixed costs that we already know that the general fund is going to see. So this slide, you can see there's some big numbers on there, but the good news first is pay for performance. I like to point it out still. It's 2.1 million estimated impact for those pay for performance and merit increases, and it is funded. We have that built into the entire 10-year plan, even through the years that Rick mentioned of having recessions built into our plan. We are trying to make it stable that we can continue to give merits even when we see downturns. So that's exciting news.
Just and remind everybody what the
pay for performance step increases could be up to 4%. And the good news is this is not just the general fund. We have pay for performance and merits and steps in all of our funds. So we are planning for those across the entire city. The next line is our ongoing operating expenditures that we've been funding year over year with one-time capacity. So you can see that's about 3.8 million, a little bit above what we have. Just remember, this is our starting point. As Rick said, we're looking at revenues every single month, probably more than that in some of them, to make sure that we're trending and that if there's any adjustments we need to make. The next one is our pension cost increases. Those are funded as well. I have already rolled those new rates that we have into the personnel projections that I just did for the 5-year plans that we'll be working on now. So those are funded, as in we've built them in, and we will make sure that we can balance all of our medical dental insurance increases. We're expecting a 6% increase to those this next year. And if we wanted to maintain the cost share ratio that we have currently been providing, the cost to the general fund will be about $358,000. That is an ongoing cost. Utility rate increases to the general fund could be around $300,000. As Nicole did share, most of those rate increase costs are in the water services funds. They're expecting large rate increases, as well as we more rely on the groundwater for our water needs. Those are more expensive as having to do the utility. Liability and property insurance, the city is expecting a 15% increase, which could be an impact of up to 200. So those are some of the fixed costs that we are expecting for the city. Now I kind of want to talk about a few of our funds here at the city that we have some fiscal health concerns. Some of them Rick mentioned. So Highway User Revenue Fund, or HERF. We are looking at concerns, like Rick mentioned, that revenue stream is pretty flat. There's not things to do in that fund, like your fees or rate analysis. We're kind of stuck with what happens at the state level. So we expect to see, as the community still and the state shifts to more fuel efficient vehicles, this could impact revenue if they're not paying that fuel sales tax or fuel tax. Ongoing revenue distribution impacts due to Santan Valley, like Rick mentioned. It's been really hard to analyze that fund. We have a lot of things that have all happened at once. So we are looking at that one monthly. And like Rick said, we just got the numbers yesterday and we were already looking into what that looked like. Hopeful that we continue on a growth over last year, but not really sure. So we're watching that one closely. And just the operating costs are outpacing revenue growth. The cost of personnel, this is another big portion of this fund, just like every other. The maintenance of our existing streets is getting more expensive. And then the maintenance of new infrastructure, which we will talk about some of those things later today. The next fund I want to talk about is our Water Resource Infrastructure Protection Fund, or RIP fund. Again, we have some fiscal health concerns. Their operational costs are outpacing the revenue growth. That fund is primarily people, so personnel costs are the majority of that. They have no capacity to implement new programs or increase any staffing, so we're constrained. We're long-term, not balanced as a 10-year point in this fund. The good news is we are currently, it is included in the public safety ballot measure discussions that are happening as part of the public safety. And they also are scheduled for fee review in calendar year 2028. So just want to share, we do have concerns, but staff is working to try to fix that and do what we can to. The next one I'm not going to spend too much time on. I think you just got an update from this group, is solid waste fund. Again, you're kind of seeing a trend. Their operational costs are outpacing revenue growth. This is consistent in a lot of areas. The material recovery facility, or MRF, the contract impacts to the fund. They have done many measures to improve revenues or really decrease costs in this group. They've implemented service delivery changes to offset operational cost increases. So we're still looking at how those impacts are happening long-term and what that's doing to the fund. They're continuing to look at operations for efficiencies, as well as they are in our list of funds that we are going to do rate studies on in calendar year 26. And the final fund I want to talk about is the airport. So much like the trend here, their operational costs are outpacing revenue growth. There are some driving factors here that are causing some of the concerns. Our paid parking is not generating as much revenue as we anticipated originally. Yes, we did just do an increase to the rates, but this is really driven by the loss of the second airline. We just don't have the volume that we had expected. Again, I know you've probably heard about these. Some costs that we've been required to do in recent years is the index B, requiring the ARF to be a 24/7 operation. The loss of our TSA law enforcement grants that were helping with the cost of the TSA officers. The airport fund had to absorb those costs. And then just maintenance costs of the runway and probably every other maintenance, the facility and everything. They're just getting very expensive. The fund is no longer self-sufficient. Currently, there's about a $300,000 annual transfer that the general fund is transferring to the airport to help fund the operations.
I didn't know that it was ever self-sufficient.
It was, so it's been off and on, but a number of years ago, I should have wrote the numbers down because Rick just answered this. I think it was right at COVID that the fund was actually self-sufficient and projected to be self-sufficient going forward.
We had the United Airlines.
And then we had the United Airlines. We did receive, as we all know, $18+ million in grants at the airport. So we had expected to really come out of COVID with a healthy fund balance that would have helped to continue that self-sustaining. But due to the loss of the airlines and a number of other things, we didn't.
I just want to point out, because we talked about this several months ago, and I don't know, I think Brian's still working on it, but I know that moving forward with leasing out some of our property for more hangars will help. Maybe 50 grand, 60 grand a year won't, totally replace that. But I think that it's important to just remember that the impact to our local economy by visitors that come in through the airport. So we can't just look at it as just standard service like trash or fixing roads and stuff, that even though we're running at a deficit and hopefully we'll get an airline this year or next, will help offset that. But we're not capturing the economic impact in a positive way that the airport brings to our city. And that's not measured, right? We're just looking at cost, versus regular.
It's very specific to airport,
Yes.
but not to the.
Not to the overall picture of the city. So I just wanted to say that out loud because I think that's important in the airport, that it is different than the other funds.
And this is current. If we go out the whole 10 years, if we are successful in finally moving forward on the 31.45 acres and all of those things, this fund is trending in the out years in a positive direction. But that's a lot of years out. So it's getting through.
It's hard with one airline, and when they cut back on, flights and stuff during different times of year, that I wouldn't expect it to be self-sufficient.
And we have been doing, Brian and the team, they're doing a great job. We just brought forward parking fee increases and the new bad fees. They're not significant revenues, but they're help. Everything helps. So that went through this year. And currently they're working on a number of things and have been. The second airline, still trying to get that. Currently, airport is doing a rate study on a number of their different fees to bring back to council. Proposal on that. Again, they're included in the public safety ballot measure discussions. The cost of the ARF staff is a significant piece of the increased costs. And it's decisions we've made, bringing them into the fire pay plan and having to go to the 24/7 operation. So the cost of ARF is a lot of what's driving the airport to not be able to be self-sufficient. They're looking at restarting of commercial advertising, and then, as mentioned, future hangar leases. So there's a lot of work going on in this group. So just wanted to give an update and a share of where they're at. So I think after me, I think we're probably, are we ahead? I think it's break time.
Yeah, we're ahead of schedule. So if you're okay, we could doing a break and maybe coming back at, know what time? 10:40.
10:40.
10:40, is that okay?
I
I meant to say
Yes.
10:30.
Thank you.
We were gonna make sure and make up for that. It is, they're not here today. Mistake.
Oh my gosh. But no, I was like so glad. Yeah. So good.
Kevin, are you up?
I am.
All right.
Shannon and I are up.
Great.
He just left.
Our team.
I have the three.
You're all for the.
You look. See it back. I just want her to hear yours.
Oh, sure. We're gonna wait for Shannon.
We're waiting for Shannon Anderson to come back in. And
We should all clap.
no pressure, Shannon.
He walks in, give her a round of applause.
The bathroom.
Speaker that goes on.
Should be
Shannon, we're waiting
I'll
for
do my
you.
whole meeting.
Maybe Nicole can
Nicole has a-
share a riddle.
Or a good joke.
Oh, gosh. Such a different rate.
Let's see.
Talk about the U of A game coming up.
Talk about the
Who's gonna win the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl.
Seahawks. All the way.
Who's in the Super Bowl?
All I know is the Budweiser commercial with the eagle, the baby eagle and the baby Clydesdale is the best I've ever seen. I cried.
I just learned John Elway doesn't play for the Denver Broncos anymore.
Alrighty then.
What team does it play for now?
A real NFL guru at city manager now.
No, I think she's got an injured finger. Let's go ahead.
Okay. That's it, maybe.
Injured finger.
All right, well, welcome back. As Joanne said, we are a little ahead of schedule. I think we're half an hour ahead of schedule, so we're gonna try to talk real slow. Lunch gets here, we don't want to be done before lunch is ready. But you just heard from Rick and Heidi, gave a nice summary of revenue projections as well as some available resources. And I think what's really important this year is some of those fixed costs that we're expecting to be built in this budget. And I think the takeaway, at least for me, from those slides is that our expected funding capacity may not be what we've seen over the past few years. However, that doesn't mean we don't have needs for the organization. And so what Shannon and I are here to talk about is some of those emerging needs, some things that you're going to see the city manager's budget team focus on in this next coming in this budget process. So we're going to start by talking about some ongoing infrastructure costs. And this one is, you could just blame Paul Mood and Michelle McNulty for this one, because this is their teams doing a great job of bringing on new infrastructure, CIP projects. Michelle's team working with private development. We have a question.
Mayor,
Yes.
Stacy, our screen, and so I don't know if the people online only see us. They're not seeing the. It's not a nice view for them online, but. All right, there you are.
Try something.
Is DJ coming up?
CJ. Hey,
That's better.
there we go.
Yeah. This is all I have. All right, so everybody can see the screen online. So again, we're talking about some ongoing infrastructure costs. We have seen a lot of new infrastructure coming online here in the city. I'm going to be focusing on some roadway infrastructure, roundabouts, things along those lines. We've seen new roads like the Beulah University extension come in. Saw the roundabouts at Beulah and Beulah, as well as the 4th and Lockett roundabout come online, as well as some street widening projects. And we also saw a little new infrastructure just in city facilities. So we have a new courthouse, relatively new courthouse. And as we're building all this new infrastructure, what now we have to be focused on is how to maintain that infrastructure. And that's what we're talking about with this slide, is that through this budget process, and really it's been an ongoing issue for us in the city, is just we're getting these, we're seeing this maintenance costs come online. For example, with the courthouse, much larger courthouse, so things like custodial services have gone up. HVAC issues that we've had to deal with, those have hit us, as well as some just things like elevator inspections. We didn't have an elevator in the old courthouse, so planning for this new infrastructure and how that impacts our maintenance needs. With respect to roads, we're seeing it with vegetation. So we put together some beautiful roads, beautiful roundabouts. We install landscaping, and now we have to maintain that. We have to maintain the landscape, and we also have to water the landscaping. Costs, personnel costs, as well as just utility costs with respect to water. So we're doing a great job with all this construction, and now we just need to budget for these ongoing costs. And we have an internal team. Our finance group is looking at this. We're working internally on how to fund this and how to build these costs into future projects. I think we're building it into our new firearms facility. We're looking at maintenance costs and that is being built into the budget. And so we're starting to look at that with our CIP projects and looking at who is going to be responsible for maintaining this infrastructure and giving them some funding so they can actually go out and do that job. It's Shannon's slide. So this is.
Yeah, that's a question.
Great, that's excellent.
How are we who is currently maintaining these projects that don't have necessarily dedicated maintenance fund or team?
So it's kind of a mix. So we have a first group that is responsible for some of the infrastructure, the median, the vegetation in the median, and we're having a discussion about where to head in the future, and we're looking at building a public works team, a vegetation team with the public works department, since they're more familiar with working in the right of way, and creating that team solely dedicated for maintaining this type of infrastructure.
I appreciate that. And you talked about new infrastructure. Is there also other places in town from the past that we have the same issue with?
Of course, yes. So yeah, we're looking at it from two different angles. So we're trying to account for it in our new projects. So make sure we have that funding built in. But yes, we are going back and we're having to look at the infrastructure we built over the past 5-10 years where we're seeing these needs and we're trying to get funding into those divisions as well so we can start addressing some of those needs for the infrastructure we've built recently.
And I also, I remember before my dad passed, his favorite thing to do, because he knew I cared about the city so much, was to drive around town and then come back and complain about every stop sign that he couldn't see around the edge of. And I realized that that's not always the city's, in the city's purview to maintain. And I was wondering, with talks of possibly having some new code compliance folks in line, are they going to be sharing that responsibility, talking to the private property owners who just have neglected that responsibility?
Yeah, and we have a code compliance slide coming up. And so, yes, if it's on private property, that's where code compliance will get involved with working with those property owners to make sure those sight lines are clear. But if it is in city right of way, that's where we're looking for that new vegetation team or creating that responsibility for the divisions to go out there and address those, because that's a safety concern.
Thank you so much. This alleviates a lot of stress.
Any other questions while we're waiting on Shannon?
No, and just before Shannon gets back, I mean, I think, the thought behind presenting some of these slides and some of these issues, these are things that just kind of continue to pop up. And while they may not be kind of in the list of council priorities, there are things that we see as an emerging need for the organization. And they're not kind of the sexy things.
Yeah, I think they're not the new shiny objects. It's always fun to build new infrastructure and you see it, you got to do the ribbon cutting. And often we forget that then we have to have staff in the background to maintain it and account for it. Like I said, it happens not only in roadway infrastructure, but in our new facilities, and the courthouse being a great example of that. So yeah, it's great work by staff to identify it. And like I said, we have that team working on it. So it's going to be addressed, but it's something council's going to be hearing about. And we heard council talk about those core services as well. So this is a push to really focus on those core services and make sure that we're taking care of infrastructure. It lasts as long as possible, it has that long lifespan. And we got Shannon. So I'm gonna give Shannon, any other questions before Shannon walks us home? Any of these beautiful projects?
You already finished.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Thank you.
So Shannon and I are tag teaming, so I'll hang out with her up here. She does the next slide.
Well, good morning, everyone. See you all. So this one is really, this ongoing infrastructure cost slide is really talking about our sidewalks and our trail systems. We wanted to talk about the maintenance in these spaces as well. They've become incredibly important given the multimodal connection that we've been trying to focus on as an organization. Making sure that we're not only focusing on the transportation of vehicles, but also those who choose to maybe walk or bike within our community. So maintaining accessibility is important. Some examples that we wanted to share with you this morning, and again, just examples. I'm sure there are many other things that could be added to this list, is that we've been progressing with the sidewalk ordinance that was updated in 2020, thanks to the work of Mr. Overton. We've been updating ADA ramps to make sure that people have access to sidewalks regardless of ability. And then lastly, identifying trail maintenance funding this fiscal year. Paul Mood and his team did a lot of updates to some foot trails, which is incredibly helpful to this connection and accessibility. In addition to maintaining infrastructure maintenance, also having the people and the equipment necessary to keep these areas open and passable is something that we look at within our budget process.
Great. So here's the code compliance slide I was referencing. Our code compliance team is hard at work responding to code complaints. Their goal is to maintain that community quality of life and to keep our neighborhoods safe and clean. What we're seeing with our code compliance, we're seeing a pretty good spike in cases. Got this information from Michelle McNulty earlier that we're averaging over 160 code compliance cases per month. And we have 2 code compliance officers responding to those cases. And what's really, and I think it's a great thing to know about our code compliance team, is they're not out just citing people for violations. Their goal, and this is really Reggie Eccleston's goal, is to work with the property owners, work with the community members where they have an issue, and really just bring them into compliance. That's our ultimate goal. But that obviously takes staff time. That takes them trying to make contact with the member of the community, having that conversation, the follow-up conversations, educating them on our code and what the requirements are. So all that, so 160 cases a month between 2 people is starting to put strain on that team. In addition, we're seeing, and everybody's aware of this, we have impacts of short-term rentals as well as second homes in our communities. So it's not only the short-term rental issues that you hear about on social media or maybe in the paper where somebody has a party or 20 people in a home, but it's also just when you have people in and out of that rental or not always up at their second home. When we have a snowstorm, if there's no one at that residence, the snow isn't getting cleared from the sidewalk. Now we have blocked sidewalks. Shannon talked about maintaining accessibility in our community. And so Reggie's team is getting called out to try to make contact with those property owners. Sometimes they're not there, and then trying to work with our other teams in the city to try to get some of those sidewalks cleared and deal with some of those other issues. It also goes to trash receptacles. We're seeing that as an issue, not only overflowing trash receptacles, but again, you have a short-term rental rental. I see this in my neighborhood, ups on Monday. So you see a lot of the times where you have a short-term rental occupied over the weekend, they would likely ask the person in that rental to put out the recycle or trash can on Monday. Comes around Tuesday, there's no one in that rental, and now the trash cans is sitting there on the sidewalk. Again, blocking that accessibility for people in our community. So we're really looking to address this need. We also, council adopted the property care standard in 2023. So that is something that Reggie's team is working on as well. And those apply to both private residents as well as commercial residents or commercial properties. So he's addressing those needs. And we're just seeing this backup and lack of capacity. So we're going to be looking to address this through the budget process and try to get some assistance for those code compliance officers so we can really just meet that goal of building that community character and quality of life. That's what you, right?
So personnel needs is another one of the areas that we're going to be covering today that's continuing to emerge. I think that this slide that we've included on here that shows how personnel has changed over the years is a good depiction of the city situation. In 2008, we had a 19% reduction to our budgets in order to balance given the Great Recession. And it took the city till about fiscal year 2021 to be able to get back to the staffing levels we were at prior to that recession. And as we know, the city has been continuing to grow and evolve during that time. And so that's really led to this kind of pent up demand that we're seeing is we're working hard to get back to previous levels, but we haven't been able to really grow much beyond that to address the growth that's happening within our community. It also is impacted when we are asked as staff to bring on new programs because oftentimes our personnel don't keep up with those demands. And so we're asking the people that currently work for us to do more. Each year, this continues to grow, but unfortunately, general fund, as well as some of our other funds that you've heard about today, don't have enough of that ongoing capacity to be able to afford to hire these personnel that are needed. In public safety, there's a need within police, fire, aircraft rescue and firefighting, and emergency management. We've been presenting to a citizens committee that's part of our public safety ballot measure work. And these needs are being discussed there and will be coming to council in an upcoming work session. But again, just as an example, with those 4 groups alone, they have a need of almost 140 personnel to address growth that has already happened, not looking into that future. So again, when you talk about some of our other examples in public works, they're impacted by additional routes needed for solid waste, for snow operations. We have more sign, paint, sidewalk maintenance that needs to be completed. Our city engineers and our planning and development services are impacted with review of standards, codes, permits, and new construction, with many wanting more expeditious handling. So they want the information to be processed faster. And again, addressing these personnel needs are not only important to be able to provide that level of service that our community is seeking from us, but it also impacts our ability to retain our quality staff when we're having the same staff do more and more in order to meet those needs. So to talk a little bit about future projects, and Kevin, I would encourage you to step in wherever you'd like. For the Indigenous Community Cultural Center, we've been talking about this as part of the expansion at Thorpe Park, but this is an illustration of a few projects that we've been talking about. Rose Tohi has been leading a small group of city staff along with ICF to develop an agreement. This agreement will focus on working towards the vision of the I call it C, what did I call it the other day? C cubed. That's right. Thank you. I was only thinking C squared and that wasn't enough C's. And future funding for the Indigenous Community Cultural Center. There's been a few recent meetings to talk through the details and also discuss how the funding that the city does have could be used and what those priorities might look like. For our East Flagstaff Library, as we know, the CCC, or Coconino Community College, passed their bond for their new campus there on 4th Street. And this includes a space for the East Flagstaff Library. One of the things that we know is going to come to fruition is we will need to identify a temporary location for this library during that time of construction, as well as moving towards an agreement of that new space once the building is constructed. And then the last piece, which is the picture over to the right, is the Downtown Connection Center. There are plans for a future civic space. Timing of this relies heavily upon the completion of the Rio de Flag project in this particular area, but staff has already begun talking about design process and having that completed within the next 5 years so that when the space is ready, we are ready to work on that civic space on behalf of our community. Anything that you want to add, Kevin, on those projects? I guess the last piece that I would remind is these are just illustrations. There are many other projects and needs that we have within the city from a capital perspective, but we wanted to provide you a few of those that we've been talking about more recently. Any questions that you have for us?
Mayor.
Yes.
So going back a couple of slides, like, first off, are we talking about personnel needs and increased demands coming from our general fund? Because like when we talked about the maintenance of roundabouts and our foot trails and stuff, like that comes out of a different revenue stream, right? Like, is that part of BBB or?
If it's built with BBB, we use BBB dollars usually within pros to maintain it. If it's not built with BBB, that's typically a general fund expense.
So are some foot trails not BBB parks and recs?
Rebecca to come up and talk more about that process.
Good morning, everyone. Rebecca Sayers, Parks Recreation, Open Space and Events Director. So the Foots Trails, we do have an annual transfer out from BBB Recreation to the general fund for the maintenance of Foots Trails, including new ones. So the funding source of new Foots Trails doesn't really matter, but we are charged with maintaining them. I think the issue at hand is that at our request, frankly, that transfer out from BBB Recreation to general fund for maintenance is capped so that we could build a revenue or a fund balance for parks, rec, open space, capital projects you're starting to see come online. So in terms of new Foots Trails, we don't have new money coming in to maintain those.
Right, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
This future needs is tied to that you're actually requesting a cap so that you can build a fund with the BBB collective to other things.
Correct. So the BBB Recreation Fund funds daily operations for parks and recreation, Foots Trails. There's another line item where Shannon was referring to where BBB Beautification has funded, say, a streetscape project and we maintain that. They actually transfer to us to maintain that. In most cases, I think the Butler Medians is a good example of that there by the High Country Conference Center. But what we were seeing when we continued to increase the transfer out from BBB Recreation to general fund for daily operations, it was getting to the point where it was taking the entire slice of the BBB Recreation pie. So there was no money for capital projects. So how many years ago, Rick? Maybe 5 years ago, did we capped those transfers out so that we could develop the CIP program that you're seeing now with the projects finally being built, like the Bushmaster sport courts, the Cheshire Park expansion, open space maintenance projects. Those are now being able to be funded instead of us asking general to fund these huge projects. We're able to fund those within BBB.
And I appreciate that. And the reason why I'm asking is just to get a clear picture of, you know, how we've evolved all these things. I'm recently reviewing the meetings on the public safety tax presentation, and So you don't have to stand there for that. It's back to Shannon. And I'll say it now, I was shocked to see, like, I didn't realize our core services, getting back to public safety, like how much we have not been funding that. It was just an assumption that when we talk about these things, foots, trails and stuff, we're assuming that we're maintaining the needs of our most critical services, public safety, fire, police and stuff. And, one of the slides in that, for the committee, the public committee, showed, I think just a few years ago, a request for 13 FTE on fire and they got none. And there may be a really great logical reason for that. It's just that in the past, and I'm so happy that our city manager is making some major changes to how we process through the budget. But in the past, we've been presented with, there was 100 FTE, for example, requests throughout the city, and we funded or approved 30, not really understanding the consequence of that and where that really came from. Just always assuming that, of course, we're taking care of the most critical needs, which is fire, safety, and other things. So I'm just, now that I'm going through those presentations that the public's getting, that I didn't realize, maybe I just wasn't paying attention, but it was so shocking that now I'm wanting to better understand when we present these other things like maintaining foot trails and stuff, that I'd like to have a better understanding of why that's in that pot, because I'm getting a sense, and I don't have the whole picture in my mind yet, but I'm getting the sense that we just tried to do a little bit for everybody instead of more for what the needs are, and then balancing out the rest to the other things that we would like to see. So I don't mean to nitpick on foot trails or whatever, but it's a bigger picture thing for me, right?
I think an important clarification is building infrastructure like foot trails is a one-time dollar. And oftentimes why we're not able to fund the positions that are asked for within public safety or within public works is because the ongoing dollars within the fund that needs to support them doesn't exist. We don't have enough capacity to do that. The year where we had 100 requests and we were able to fund 30, that's a pretty rare situation. Oftentimes we're funding 10, less than 10 positions when there's 40 or more requests on an every year basis. And again, because we have little ongoing capacity. So often those things that we are funding is because they might have an offset. They might have a grant that helps pay for it. They might have capacity that they found within their budget. Those are why we tend to look at those positions, because we know that they have less of an impact to an already strained fund than maybe some of the others like public safety. Sometimes in public safety, you do get grants. We sometimes can get COPS assistance. We sometimes can get Chief Gaylord, I'm drawing a blank. What's the SAFER? Thank you. SAFER grant assistance, to where they'll cover it for a few years, but then the general fund has to be able to absorb it ongoing. So I wanted to provide a little bit more context to the conversation about personnel, because it's definitely something that is a big conversation as part of our budget process every year.
One last, and so while we're being presented the budget needs and the budget process, and our community is going to be presented soon with a recommendation on a tax or a bond or something. And just when we're looking at these needs and stuff, it's important, at least it's important to me, because that's where my brain goes in the finance. But it's important to know that balance, because when we just get a certain slice of the picture, it might bring out a different answer than if I had the bigger, fuller picture, right? So that's why I'm asking the questions, just so I can understand the other layers that kind of go into that, and where those funds come from, and how those decisions were made, that we're capping this instead of drawing all on BBB. And so now we're asking on general funds. And for me, that's important to make a decision as policymakers. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Councilmember Garcia has a comment.
Yeah, a comment maybe / question, really just to highlight, last year, one of my main focuses, and I think the main focus of many council members, was that, like, lack of a better term, like bifurcation of employees' job duties, and giving them extra responsibilities. And you mentioned that you know, having more, hiring more employees for that purpose is what the goal is moving forward. Super stoked about that. Thank you for listening to council on that. Means a lot to me. You know, and I think it means a lot to the organization as far as retention of the employees. But are you guys, like, if you guys have a plan for it already established, how are you guys tackling, look, you know, when you're adding responsibilities to a job section, it might not be met, you know, through a methodology. It might just be the need at that moment. And, you know, now we have to do this because we don't have enough people. Do you guys have a methodology moving forward to better understand each employee's position and see where, you know, they have taken on 2 or 3 extra roles where they could have those taken away and added another employee, and they could focus on their role more completely?
Brian, can we have you cover that?
Sure.
Classification.
Morning, Ryan Saxby, HR and Risk Management Director. I think the best way to answer that is our team works directly with our division heads, our section directors. Predominantly it's our class and comp team to update job descriptions on the regular, and then those job descriptions when we do reviews for market, when we benchmark against other organizations to ensure that we've captured all the duties in a position as it changes over time. There. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Garcia, the other thing that I would maybe mention is part of our budget process, we have a form called a new personnel request. So a division will talk through what's changed within your work group, what's changed with this position that warrants us needing to have different types of positions or more of maybe a specific classification as suggested.
It means a lot to me, really just from quality of life for our employees. I love the fact that our team has always stood up and stepped up to take on additional responsibilities when the need was there. And I'm really happy that management has seen that and is now making sure that there's a buffer for them moving forward to, you know, spread that out amongst other new hires. So thank you.
Vice Mayor, if you're okay, I think maybe we could moving into some of the afternoon slides.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this afternoon, Rick is going to present on the revenue considerations, and Councilmember Matthews just kind of goes back to some of your questions on one-time versus ongoing revenue, and then some potential options to address that. Because I mean, I think the reality is we have, and we still do fund quite a bit.
Right, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I should say, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Yeah, we're going to walk through some revenue considerations to bring forward for your thoughts as we go into the next review process with the city manager. You know, what do we have in our toolbox? You know, how can we address the needs of our organization and moving forward in light of our revenue impacts. We want to talk about some things with you. First, I'm going to talk about property taxes, you know, the anatomy of property tax, specifically about primary and secondary property taxes, and then talk about how we can utilize those as a resource. And then we'll also just touch on the user fees that we have in a pipeline that we're looking for your adoption. So I thought it was just important to start diving into the anatomy of a property tax. Really, there's 3 components that create the levy, addresses the assessed valuations, and who sets the rates as we go through adoption of property taxes. So their tax rates times the net assessed valuations as determined by county assessors equals what our tax levy is, or the revenues that we bring in to pay for certain parts of our organization. So net assessed valuations are set by the county assessors. They use the limited cash value versus full cash value. So what it is, it's capping how much they can increase on an annual basis on each individual property by 5% on an annual basis. Some properties may be under, some may be over, but it will cap all of them at 5%. Currently, our full cash value versus limited cash value is about 60% higher for full cash value. Back in 2020, it was only a 20% gap. So that gap has kind of grown between full cash versus limited. There's good things and, things related to that. If we get into a spot where we have a property tax values decline, it's going to be a while before we actually get, back to that full cash value, and we'll still have the capacity to issue levies or increase levies over the years. The limited cash value is multiplied by tax classifications throughout the county in order to get the net assessed valuation. So the biggest category is our class 3 and 4, which is related to residential. Our primary residentials, our rentals, and secondary homes. This is about 10%. 10% is the assessment ratio to get to their net assessed valuation. The other large class is our class 1, which is related to commercial. These are commercial buildings, shopping centers, golf courses, etc., fall within a commercial. Their ratio is 16.5%, meaning they're going to actually pay a higher ratio when they get to net assessed valuation. They're going to have a higher value at that end. The commercial one has gone down. It used to be up to 20% and has been declining over many years as the state makes those adjustments. The next part is tax rates. These are your decisions as council to set tax rates. Tax rates are adopted annually for primary property tax, which creates a levy to support general operations of the city of Flagstaff, city government. It's unrestricted in use. It's not just for general fund use. It could be for supporting other funds in our organization. It's really just revenues for our general fund. The other one is a secondary property tax rate that you adopt that creates a levy, brings in revenue for the support and repayment of our general obligation debt. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that means. This is restricted specifically for general obligation debt. In the result of the net assessed valuation and the rate that the council adopts creates our levy, or the revenues that come into our general fund, secondary property tax bond fund. The result of that calculation, for example, in 23-24, the tax levy made up about 21% of your property tax bill. There's other individuals on your property tax bill, the county, fire districts, other districts, flood district, school district, but our component of secondary and primary is about 21% as a your bill. Let's dive down into, I keep it up on slide. Keep me in line. Those who are online are keeping it. They're not keeping it. Here's the slides we talked about rates. A little heavy, sorry about that. All right, now we're going to dive into primary property taxes. Primary property tax is imposed by the county, the city, based on your tax rate. In 25-26, the current fiscal year, it's about $7.3 million into our general fund. This makes about just less than 5% of our general fund revenues overall. There are some restrictions related to primary property tax that we can only increase our revenue annually by 2%. And this compounds, if you do not select it in 1 year, this compounds on an annual basis, but there is that cap that is built in through state statutes. We are allowed to add new construction without hitting that levy impact for new stuff that's brought online in any tax year. So based on our decisions, we've been doing a flat levy for many years. We've completed 6 years of a tax levy, and this coming next tax year will be the 7th for us to consider. We have a 14% capacity under what our levy could be. This results in approximately $1 million under what our maximum tax levy. And of course, this is not my recommendation to go that far, but that's just a measurement of where we could be with our levy. Whenever you're adopting a levy increase, we are required to go through the process of a 60-day public notice. This is like other rates that we increase. So we will go through that process to make sure this is available for your decisions in April, because this notice has to go out before the April retreat. So we'll post that, make it available for your decision in April. Going forward, we'll post that a little bit later. If council gives it direction to increase our levy, that will also trigger a truth in taxation process to our adoption of our property tax. This means we're going to have to do public notices in the newspaper, as well as steps related to budget adoption. Yes.
Just a couple of comments on this slide. So first, I think we all know this is ongoing revenue, potential ongoing revenue. I came from other cities, but the county world where we were actually capped by the legislature at a point in time where we could no longer increase our taxes anymore. So we are capped at a certain amount. So I think the concern is if we keep increasing that capacity, so if we go up to 16, will there be a time where the legislature says, just reset and you don't have that ability anymore? So just putting out there, the county is kind of constantly fighting with that. And that's why they've looked at other revenue sources like the flood control district tax, public health services, other options that we don't have. So I just wanted to make that point.
That's a great point. So I know you love my graphs. So here's a picture of where we've adopted tax levies back to 2016, as well as what was available. What was our maximum tax levy in any given year? So you can see back in the beginning of this chart, we were under our maximum tax levy. But we did make the decision in 2017, 18, 27, 19 to get back up to that maximum tax levy. We did it over 2 years, and this is where we made this jump to support police and fire through 6 positions in each area. And then we were able to maintain those staff through this levy back then. So that was kind of where we were back pre-2020. 2020, we took the 2% levy maximum. And then from there, you can see we've been under the maximum levy, which is okay, saves taxpayers on their property tax bills, but just kind of flattens out the resources that we have on an annual basis to cover increased operating costs of the city. We've been doing a good job to manage within this flat levy consideration. So here we are with our decision for the upcoming FY 26-27 budget adoption. What rate and what levy do you want to accept as council or adopt? This is where we're seeing that $1.1 million gap in levy versus available assessments. We'll talk through that on a different slide, how we can maybe manage some of that, or if council's not interested, that's fine too. Hit the right button. So there's where primary property tax sit. Next is secondary property taxes. We talk about this a lot in our organization. We have used this to deliver many great projects. Secondary property tax can only be used to pay back general obligation bonds. And general obligation bonds can only be issued based on voter approval. Once voters approve general obligation bonds, they say, yes, go ahead and tax us through secondary property to pay back the debt. So the city levies this annually to make sure we're meeting those debt service requirements. Annually, we go through a rate calculation to assure we're not over collecting our secondary property tax. There's state law that you must assure the taxpayers you're not over collecting, you're not putting money aside to pay future debt and future projects. Property tax oversight reviews this report from us on an annual basis, and we do a great job maintaining our flat rate considerations that we have. Other limitations on the state level is there's a limitation of how much debt you can have out at any one given year. There's two components to this, a 20% limitation, which is related to a lot of general services that you see like water, sewer. I don't need to read all these. We've used this for several of these. Done some fire stations, we've done some, our lovely Aquaplex. Most recently, we did some infrastructure bond for fire, stormwater, and wastewater. Those are all kind of those 20% capacity. We have capacity availability to issue another 327 million. Never would estimate we would ever go that high. That would create a large rate to pay back that kind of debt. But just showing you kind of picture, we're not bumping up to any limitations here. The 6% limitation is that for everything else, things that don't fit in these general categories that the state has provided us. So here is the example where we used it for housing. Housing doesn't really fit in the 20%. So recently we got authorization to issue $20 million in housing bonds. We appreciate the voters for trusting us with that. And as of today, as of the end of July 2027, we have capacity to go up to $110 million in this category of limits. Of note, when you pay it off the debt, that increases that capacity also, right? So just as note, pay it off, it increases again. At the city of Flagstaff, we've been holding to a policy that we keep this flat rate in place. Our current policy is to do a 0.8000 per net assessed valuation for $100 of net assessed valuations. This ties to what we've made in promises when we go out to the voters for our ballot measures for bond projects, capital projects we want to do. So when we do that, us as the finance and budget teams and oversight here, we assure that we can issue debt within those guidelines for multiple years and maintain that 0.8 without having to increase it and hopefully not decrease it to maintain that capacity. Should we get to a spot where we have to pay debt and we need a higher rate, we still have the capacity to do that, but I don't in that realm in any near future. Based on our current projections of assessed valuations, we worked with our financial advisor, Stifel, to kind of look at how debt is layered and paid off over the next years. If we maintain the 0.8 rate all the way out to fiscal year 2047, 48, that's a long time out, we estimate a capacity of about 98 millions that we can go to the voters in any November and ask us to do projects up to that million, that amount, that 98 million, and still maintain that rate for that 20-year period, 20+ year period. I'm not sure I would put that much on a ballot measure, but that's just a capacity that we have. And again, increasing rates would reduce that bond capacity. You could say, let's reduce that, or you could say the next ballot election, we want to do more capital projects. You could say we're going to increase the secondary property tax rate and gain more capacity for capital projects. All right, here is kind of a, now I'll get ahead of it. So here's just a depiction of where we're at today as far as our debt that's outstanding. We're getting ready to pay off a lot of outstanding debt. We still have 57, 58 million outstanding debt that's been issued, including those recent items like housing and infrastructure that we've had. We have about 40 million that's been authorized by the voters that we have not issued yet. We're not going to just issue debt on the first day it gets approved. We're going to wait till the projects move forward and issue it at an appropriate time. And next year is that time. Next fiscal year is where I'll be going back out to issue debt for general obligation bonds. So this is where we're having these decisions this year, which will reflect on our questions for you. The capacity that's maintaining this rate of 0.8 gives that $98 million capacity. Of course, if you lower it, that'll tighten that box up and create lower. Of course, if you raise it, it will increase that gold area. Here is the property tax history for you, going back to 2018 through 2026. These were what was adopted by council over those years. The years in 2018 and 19 is the years that we adopted the full tax levy. That was the last time we adopted a full tax levy. And then the secondary property tax, prior to 2020, we had a flat rate policy of 0.8366 from previous elections. Due to how we managed debt and were able to pay stuff off, we were able to reduce that down to 0.8. And that's a very healthy spot to be right now for current debt and for future debt in the general obligation bond. The flat rate was proposed with the election in 2022, and we intend to keep that promise to our voters. You'll see that these often decrease as far as the primary property tax goes, because you're not going to levy more, but you have a bigger assessed valuation. You have to reduce your tax rate to maintain that flat levy. So that's what you've seen over many of the years since 2019. Talk about options before lunch or after lunch? Something to digest, or you want to wait? You want us to continue? Want me to continue?
I think so. I think coming back after lunch for discussion, I think would be great.
All right. Give you something to chew on. It's not too soft to chew on. Tenderized and ready for me. All right. So we're presenting a couple things for council to consider with this budget session. Looking to see if we have some tools in our toolbox as the city manager starts bringing the team together to look at budget requests, personnel costs, all the things that will be coming to us over the next 4 weeks or so. We're going to start really diving into what our organization needs are. And so we wanted to just get your feel and consideration for a couple items. The first two items will be related to a tax levy, taking advantage to the 2% tax levy, as well as a tax shift between primary and secondary rates. So I'll walk through those two types of options that we have. As you know, for primary property tax, it's been 12. We're at a high percent where we haven't increased that levy. And here we're thinking about, is it time for us to start using that for the cost of operations and growth of our organization? I am only using a 2% levy here as an example. In the end, it's your decision whether you want to go to 1%, 1.5, 3%, 10%. We'll have that during adoption of property tax rates, but this is illustrative only. We don't have new tax data yet. That's coming out later this month. A 2% levy increase would have the effect of about $150,000 of ongoing resources for our general fund. So I just want to walk through this table because you're going to see this table for different illustrations. This table, we're going to talk about, okay, these types of taxes we have, as well as property values. We're going to do $100,000 for residential because that's an easy one where you can multiply and understand what that impacts is to your property. If you're a $400,000 home, what that impact would be. We're using that as a starting point. Then I am applying the 5% max increase in your assessed valuation for the next tax year. So tax year 2025 is fiscal year 2026. Tax year 2026 is the tax year we're coming up for fiscal year 27. So I want to show kind of how with your tax net assessed values increase, how our decisions as far as a flat rate policy, flat levy policy for primary property tax and flat rate policy for secondary property tax could potentially have an impact on your tax bill next tax season. So we talk about that, and then we do a comparison as far as if we have another decision to do a 2% levy, how does that compare? So the top chart is our baseline consideration, the policies we've been doing for many years. And here you can see as we walk through these calculations, we comply to the flat levy each year by adjusting the tax rate. When assessed valuations go up, we reduce our rate to maintain that value of property tax levies collected. And again, we never really have a full 5% assessed value increases because average of all homes, some may only be 2, some 5. This is just illustrative. Since we have a flat rate policy, that is where you would see an increase on your property tax bill for the city of Flagstaff portion only. At a $100,000 home, jump into $105,000. That $5,000 increase creates a $4 increase to their tax bill. And for every 100,000, it's another $5. So for like a 400,000 home, it's about $16,000. $16. Oh, whoa. I'll take it, but no, $16. And of course, that's a restricted resource, what that money goes to. So let's look at what it means if we go to a 2% levy increase, but maintain our flat levy policy that we've had, and walk through this bottom chart as a comparison. So here you can see moving from 100,000 to 105, the rate still goes down because the 5% versus 2%, but you do add increased levy on primary property tax by about $1.21 for that category. The secondary property tax stays the same because it doesn't really affect flat rate. So that continues that $4 for that resource for a total of $5.21 or $1.21 more than our current policy for a $100,000 home. If you multiply it out for about $400,000, it's about $5 increase for the $400,000 home and $16 on the secondary property tax line for about a little less than $21 if you kind of extrapolate from there. So that's an illustration on the residential side. But commercial is another one of our community members that pay these property taxes, and both, just mine. So here's another illustration, and here I'm using $1 million property. Of course, you cut it down to every 100,000 and so forth, but $1 million, I looked at the net assessed valuation rolls on our tax rolls from the county last year. It's pretty close to that $1 million. So this is kind of the average of net assessed valuations. Again, we stick with the policy we have: flat levy primary, flat rate secondary. And here's how it walks through from current tax year to next tax year proposed. And from this example, you can see our flat levy keeps secondary primary property tax revenues flat. Their levy remains at the $997. However, because of our policy of flat rate, there is an increase on the secondary property tax side of about $66 to pay our general obligation bond debt. That's kind of what our policy has been. So let's step down to if we did a 2% levy increase and maintain our flat rate policy on property tax. Here you can see where the differences line out with the primary property tax line. The rate was a little bit higher than it was at the flat levy. And this creates an additional $20 on the commercial property at $1 million valuation. It's about a $20 increase to that tax bill for commercial on the city portion. The flat rate for second property tax remains at that $66 for a total increase about $86 on a tax bill. So we kind of know that we're expecting the flat rate of 65, but there'll be an additional $20 impact. Break it down per every $100,000 commercial property, it's about $1.95 per every $100,000. Well, that's one proposal that we want you to consider and think about as we go through here. You may chew on it during lunch maybe and come back to us. Or just tell me no if you. No, don't tell me no. All right. Here's something I've been brainstorming over the last several months. I presented to Joanne, the city manager's office, and Heidi related to shifting that property tax levy. And what I'm talking about is the levy, the revenues collected from our secondary property tax and into our primary property tax, and still having a net zero impact to levy overall. Your tax bill will show a gain and a reduction, but overall, based on our current policy, it'll be a shift between the two. So currently with our flat rate, we're set to have an increase about 480,000. These are just illustrative numbers to pay off future debt payments. What I would need to do and my team would need to do is issue debt within the lower tax rate depending on this decision. I feel because I'm about ready to go out and issue debt this next year, that the next debt issuance, I could work in a lower rate and have this shift consideration. So for example, the example we're going to look at today is what if we shifted half of that increase we plan on seeing, take half of that and actually increase the levy on the primary property tax side. So 240,000 would be our increase our levy in secondary and 240 in this would then create an unrestricted resource for our general fund versus the restricted purpose of secondary property tax funds. This still stays within current policy as a whole, where we're talking flat rate for secondary, flat levy, and the total levy that we are anticipating for next fiscal year will be a similar balance. So how do I get it from my brain into charts? Because spreadsheets are the best way to communicate. All right. So this is illustrative of shifting $250,000 from what we expect to receive on our flat secondary property tax into a primary property. The top chart is the same as you saw with talking about the 2% levy. So no change there. We expect $4 increase in our secondary property tax to pay our debt based on flat rate. What if we now come down and do a property tax levy shift and say, okay, let's reduce our secondary property tax rate enough to remove $2, half of that, and add a levy to the primary property tax. So you can see on $100,000 there, we adjust the rates appropriately. And this is illustrative. I haven't typed in this number yet. If we go to 0.78 as far as our new flat levy, flat rate, we could add $2 to the general fund and still be the same as has been presented already. That $4 just gets split differently between the two. Am I?
Now you're gonna make me forget the question. So just so I'm absorbing all this, for our secondary property tax revenue, if you will, coming from the secondary property tax, we have capacity right now over it exceeds our debt servicing needs. What we're bringing in
Today, but tomorrow we could have them. I'm starting to issue debt. I could issue debt with a lower.
Okay.
We're at that 8 now.
And
How I issue.
yeah, okay. And maybe you'll answer this in future slides. I'm just trying to balance between, we've got some capital needs and, you know, the discussions we have with fire and police and stuff, and housing and whatever else we're talking about. So I just want to make sure we're balancing like secondary property tax bond issuance versus putting in the general fund, which is very attractive to me because we need some ongoing, you know, funding for some stuff. So I was trying to get that clear in my head. So thank you.
That's a math I haven't had a chance. I'm looking for direction because that would take that $98 million capacity down to only 80 million is a lot of dollars. 80 million. What is that impact if we do say we're going to do this new levy? It does impact that.
And that's why I'm asking to say, I don't want to, you know, then intend a consequence and say, oh, yes, because that sounds really good. And then, oh, but now we don't have the capacity and this would have been a really great option for some of our capital needs. So. Stay up tonight. You can stay up tonight.
In the future needs, if a future council has more than what capacity would do at this rate, they could go to the voters and have a higher rate, bring it back. We'll do our best to keep it within current policy. But
We've got some questions now, right? We're gonna make some decisions now that I just want to make sure we're looking at both sides. Thank you, Rick.
You're very welcome.
Rick, I think the plan is if council gives us direction that they're interested in this, we'll go back and bring back a proposal. I think that's why.
Really crunch this out with our financial advisors, make sure we're adjusting those. So absolutely. So here I wanted to, again, show the commercial side of things, you know, how we try to intend to the promise of flat levy, flat rate. Here's the same chart you saw before where it's a $66 increase, all related to secondary property tax to pay our debt. And then the concept of, well, let's move that revenue from one stream to the other. And so this would be an increased rate over flat levy, would increase and add revenues to our primary property tax. Taking that $66 and splitting $33 as an increase to primary and reducing tax levy by $33 each is the scenario we're looking at here. In the end, it's the same $66. It's just a matter of what we're collecting it for in this scenario. All right. I've got, what, 20 minutes to talk about direction. Really slow. All right, so while we're on break, if we break after this, So these are the concepts that Joanne asked to bring forward us to talk about as an organization and get with you as council as far as what you're with, as far as our toolbox and what we have a conversation through the next several months before we bring back an April balanced budget from the city manager. The first one, we talked about using some of that capacity, that levy increases that we haven't used for many years. Can we start to use some of that levy, increased levy, just straight off of that to support our general fund? You know, it may be just general support, or if council's like really specific, well, if we're gonna do this, I want to see something. Let us understand where you land with that. But we do have a lot of needs in our general fund. So direction there, do you support it, and so forth. And the second one is our secondary property tax. Do you want to look at the shift? Do you want me to come back with a calculated value? I'll see how far we can measure and change. Probably a couple options back to council. We'll do some deep dive into how that affects our future debt and how we pay off our current debt authorization. If we don't choose this, we could always just go with the ability to pay off debt faster. Keep this rate at 0.8 and pay debt out faster. Save in interest earnings and that and so forth. So those are the two big discussion items that we want to have with you. And I could probably just go through my last slide really quick. My last slide was just a reminder kind of slide. I appreciate you reviewing and adopting the citywide cost recovery policy. We got direction to move forward with that. We have the schedule that we presented to you last month. So this calendar year, we're going to have a good lift on several areas within the city. The general fund impacted areas is our communication and civic engagement. Many years since we've looked at their fees. Parks, rec, open space and events. They have many fees that have not been, they've been looked at, but haven't increased over many years. So we want to take a look at those. We are also diving back into short-term rental licenses. This is something which Joanne brought back to my team, Jessica Kittleson and I said, let's really look at, are we recovering what we need to be? Is the rate right? So we're going to look at this one, give it more of a fine tune and potentially bring back an increase to that license. Right now we have a $5 increase every year, which will get us to the maximum allowed. The state only allows us a $250 fee. I think we're at 190 area. But should we be there sooner is the question. And we can fund some considerations if we can calculate that out. So that may be kind of a new to you. Our airport fund, we talked about them a little bit earlier today. Brian Gall is engaged with the consultant to look at some of his fee areas, landing fees, rents, also looking at possible hangar ground leases and those kind of things. I really appreciate Brian's eye on this and bringing a consultant to help us out with that. We'll kick off a sustainability review of their rates. You remember we did an adjustment to how we collect their fees, but we did not increase the revenues with that adjustment from a flat $4 fee to a percentage. So we'll look at their fee and probably have some options for you, as well as solid waste. We did have a conversation about that. We appreciate solid waste coming forward with their presentation, trying to manage the needs within their funds, but we are in agreement. It's time to us to do a rate study for them. So those are the areas of rates and fees. So we'll bring these forward and we hope to stay within those guidelines of the cost recovery policy. It may not provide for new revenues this fiscal year, but it will strengthen our organization in future fiscal years. There you have it. That's the rest of my presentation.
A question from council.
Yeah, Rick, thanks for this. I was curious, we talk about future rate studies in these areas, which I strongly support and understand why we need to do that. my curiosity, besides the water rate study that we recently had last year, can you let me know what other rate studies we've taken taken part in the last couple of years to understand like how this schedule is going to suss out from how it looked in the past and what we've done in the past few years on rate studies.
Let me do a little research and get back on that, but I know we did look at solid waste 4 years ago. So 5. It's almost 10 now.
Wow, 2018 was the last rate change.
Thank you, Scott. I'm glad you're here. We've done a lot of one-off rate increases throughout the organization. The park flag rates came separately. The water was a whole big rate study. We've done some internal for police fees for their video storage stuff. So we've done a lot of one-offs, but now we're trying to get into a rhythm of bringing these back forward. I can try and get kind of the last 10 years.
Well, that's not necessary for the point I guess I'm trying to make. I just wanted to have a better understanding if we were already in that rhythm and this is just to add to it, or is this kind of a new direction that we're heading in? And do you feel that that we have the staff capacity to make it sustainable to continue on with, having that, what you call rhythm of rate studies, so that way we're not left behind, like we've seen in water studies and several other studies?
So no, we are not in this rhythm. We kind of broke this rhythm back in 2017 or so to bring back consistent rate reviews. I really do think I now have a dedicated section, our budget section, that will maintain this, focus on it, review them, as well as support from the organization. Leadership really has to bring forth the work to get these reviewed on an annual basis. So I think this year is a little heavier lift, but then I think it balances out over the next 5 years that we can deliver this and keep on top of it. And remember, just because we do a review doesn't mean a rate will increase, but we need to keep a check-in and make sure we're staying on track. Otherwise, we get far behind, like you say. We have larger increases in the future. So, yeah, thank you for that.
From where I sit, I mean, I see everything increasing around me, the price of groceries, gas, housing, everything. And yet the price of, we're having to absorb all those costs while we're not getting compensated for it. And while I don't want to see rates increase, I know that we have to in order to keep up with the pace of inflation. So thank you for all that you're doing to get us on a regular schedule and to update. When you're gone, you're going to leave a template. You'll always be in our budget meetings because of this. I appreciate it. Thank you. Whether you like it or not.
Come on.
Actually, you're not. I forgot you're not allowed to leave.
We'll talk about that. Thank you. Anything else?
So before we break, I don't think lunch is here yet, but we can take a little bit longer break. I just want to say thank you, Rick, and you for putting all of this work into this proposal, and thank you to council for considering this. I think it's really important. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Vice Mayor, I think Councilmember Aslan had a comment too.
Thank you. I was just going to, I put something in the chat and I'm wondering, Councilmember Aslan, can you state your comment? So can I?
Sure. Yeah.
So Councilmember Aslan says yes to the increased levy, yes to calculating the secondary. Rick, keep all your tools available right now. You're going to keep increases to the minimum necessary. I'm reading what Councilmember Aslan stated.
Do another check-in after lunch.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah, I think that kind of leads to the check-in that we're going to do after.
Okay.
We're gonna chew on it now.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's very tender.
So I'm sorry, I'm really sleepy. So we'll come back and check in on this at lunch, and then I think just checking in just in general, just on budget and other items that we've talked about. Chief Conley's gonna come in at around 2, we think, Shannon. to give an update on the incident from last night and some kind of more recent updates, so we all have this information.
Great.
So I,
want to return at 1.
yeah, we could still returning at 1 o'clock? Okay.
Okay.
Here.
Great.
Timing. Hopefully people online see it.
It's the
Welcome back, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Hopefully you have no heartburn. Lunch break.
Yeah.
Suggested kind of what we brought to you.
Oh, we're in a roll.
Still chewing on it.
Someone's gotta do it.
I didn't have the afternoon session where I had to like wake up. So good to do before lunch. So I hope you had a chance to think about the conversation we had and speak with Joanne. We kind of want to get some direction of these items. You know, we can go through one or two or just talk about both. Get your input, thoughts. You know, is there a limit to where you want to go with something? You know, the levy. You want us to bring you different levels of what the 2%, 4%, or what would consider for in our April retreat? You know, what kind of latitude do you want to provide us in the levy increase? And then if you're supportive to the shift concept and going forward, develop that to bring back to council in April. So Vice Mayor, I'll leave it to you to kind of help get some conversation going.
It looks like we have Councilmember.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Tatter. I'll up you one. I'll suggest 4% levy increase. That's a legal possibility without going to the voters. And that gives us $300,000 in the general fund to offset what we know is a decrease coming from the state and likely decreases from the federal government. I think it's prudent to ask for more money, especially in light of the fact that we've kept our request to a minimum over the last 7 years. I think it's something that the voters, taxpayers will understand that we need additional revenues to make the city function effectively and efficiently. So that would be my suggestion. And on the second one, I support that. We're in good position on our bonding potential, and I think this change would be, again, acceptable to the taxpayers of the secondary property tax. Thank you.
So I'll do two first. It's a very intriguing concept, and I really appreciate you bringing this forward, you know, thinking, you know, out of the box a little bit. I didn't realize we could do that, so this is really great. My hesitation is, you know, we have a current conversation again about the public safety tax and what that looks like and where the money's going to come from. Is it sales tax? Is it property tax and stuff? So you know, I want to move forward with the conversation because the ongoing funds and the general funds to support some of these operations, definitely we need to find new sources of ongoing funds. And so I like that conversation. My hesitancy is if the citizens committee, you know, concluded and recommended to us that we needed to bond out some of the asset purchases at first. I don't want to take that like, oh, now we can't because we're going to lower that capacity, right? So I guess we'll play that out, but for now we can look at, you know, the pros and cons of that. How I understand it today on number one, it doesn't, at my first math, look like it's on a $700,000 residential home value at the assessed value, not the real value. So that even covers, even more of our housing stock. Doesn't look like much of an impact, you know, $40 to $60. But, you know, I look at, so we're going to psychologically raise property taxes to get 150,000. So psychologically, even though out of the pocketbook, it's not really significant, our gain is also very not significant. And so, you know, we're going to be talking about maybe sales tax increase, and then this increase, and rate studies always come back with a recommendation to do another increase. And so I just want to be very present to that overall bigger picture. If it was just by itself and we weren't looking at other things down the pipeline over the next year or so, I might be more favorable. And it's not that I'm not favorable. I'm not sure how our community would feel about, even though it's $60 or something in general for the majority of the homeowners, all of this, and push back for 150,000 is, I'm struggling. So I guess my answer is maybe on both, but I just wanted to bring those to everybody's mind, that if we're not going to get a lot out of it, why the community feels overburdened by tax rate, you know, increases. Every other door that I knock on is telling me how they thought they had a water leak. You know, it's like we did a lot of communication and a lot of process through city council, and yet people were, you know, sticker shocked. And that's just the first of many, you know, 4 more years. So just wanted to say those things.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I am kind of touching the same vein as both previous council members mentioned. And really, when it comes to number one, agree with Councilor Matthews in that can we look at something that might be a little bit more impactful and fulfill the need a little bit better? If we're going to make it hurt, you know, I don't know if 2 or 4 or 6% is going to matter. The fact that we're raising the tax is what's going to matter. So why don't we get the increase that'll be sufficient to actually be actionable, or to be able to do something with that money. So I'd be amenable to seeing a list or a series of increases as like a baseline of what it looks like for each one, like a 2, 4, or 6%. And for the number 2, yes, I'm on board. Thank you for thinking outside the box. I hope it doesn't take too much staff time, and I want to see a lot more of this kind of thinking. Thank you for being so smart and bringing this to us.
So Councilmember Garcia, just so 2, 4, 6, and then also with the secondary option of.
Yeah.
So we don't see an increase on the tax bill.
One thing we didn't talk about is also, is there something we want to fund and phase it over multiple years versus hitting them hard this year to want to phase an increase that then has the better good? But we'll talk about.
Yeah, I mean, could you talk a little bit about how we did that with PSPRS? I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, so as I mentioned that one time with public safety personnel, right? That one. We had a 12% capacity at the time, and we're trying to advance getting more staffing for public safety. We knew we can get, you know, grants, the COPS grants, the SAFER grants to get personnel in place, but the ongoing cost was difficult. So we came to the council that year and asked if we can go through a 7% increase for 2 years to get back up to that max. And that created that capacity that once the grants dropped off, we're sure we could fund those positions. So it's kind of just phasing in and then maintaining those positions.
And we're not recommending this for public safety personnel because they're effort, but that's a good example.
Doesn't have to be to the full amount, but is it 2%, 3%? Yeah.
So Rick, I really do value what my colleagues have said, and I'm kind of in step with that. I'm kind of in the maybe category. I definitely, for number 2, would love to see that further explored. And I too thank you for coming up with something that's a little bit outside of the box and appreciate that. With number one, I think it does depend for me on what else we are looking at. I think our community is feeling the pinch right now, and I agree that 150,000 raising a tax, I'm not sure what that gets us, but I'm not shutting the door either. You know, this is a big conversation. We're just starting with budget, but I'm a maybe.
Maybe something to work with.
Yes, Councilmember.
I just wanted to comment. It's funny that we're talking about this today because we heard the other side of it where taxes, the community is getting hit by a lot of taxes and things and rate increases and whatnot. But I quite serendipitously ran into some folks that had just moved to Flagstaff and were so excited to meet, you know, somebody who's involved with the community, and I talked to them about resources and such. And we had a great conversation, and they moved here from the East Coast. And they said that this was the most affordable tax place to live. And they said that it was almost like getting free housing.
Comparatively speaking.
That was their words, but it's almost like getting free housing. So, which is the strange for us to understand, because it's not, you know, it's expensive to live here, but it was quite contrarian, but also a valid point, I think, that needed to be stated.
I should make that cheap. Oh, this is cheap.
Not anymore.
California.
Do you feel you have enough direction?
Councilmember Aslin, I think, was in favor. I don't know if we had a balance there, but I don't know if he wants to chime in.
Yeah, I can. Before the break, I couldn't find the mute button on my. So yeah, just to echo what I wrote in the chat, I would like to allow you all the long leash that you'd like to have on this, Rick, to explore your full suite of options. It's clear to me that the city's going to need some extra wiggle room, and I'm amenable to whatever you come up with.
Thank you. Very good direction.
Thank you.
Appreciate the thought and consideration.
Again, you know, feel free to explore all that stuff. At the end of the day, we'll have to mull on it some more and give you a final decision. But you should have the leverage to make those explorations.
Can we talk about timing of when this will come back?
This will be, you know, we'll balance out the budget and think about where we have resource needs. So the April retreat is when we would bring it back to city council with the city manager's balanced budget. And then at that point, you really need to give us some good direction of these changes, which then goes into the June time as far as adopting these actual changes. Okay. Yep. Here, I'll get us there. Hey. Slide.
So Vice Mayor, I think we have on the agenda that the mayor and I were going to facilitate this conversation about budget expectations from council. And I don't think we need that. I wanted to provide some space for council to give some input on some items. I know we had the retreat in December. We've heard a lot of things today. But just some thoughts from you on things that kind of are on your horizon that we may not have talked about.
Well, who would like to kick this off?
Scott, I'll wait.
Councilmember Darcy?
I really don't have anything. I mean, outside of what you guys spoke about today, it was reaffirming that you guys heard in the last year through our discussions, what council's expectations were. And I think they aligned with what staff's expectations were. I don't think they're necessarily councils alone. But I'm, instead of throwing something else out there, I'd like us to just focus on what we have on our plate, get that out of the way, then we can start looking at the fun stuff.
So go ahead. Let's go first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And as I understand it, last year, the divisions asked for 100 new positions and 30 some were approved as part of the budget. I think if we can present a budget that has 0 staff increases, that would allow us the ability to meet these unfunded mandates, maintenance needs, to get the city on a more secure long-term basis. If we do not have new position requests. Now, I have no idea what the divisions are asking for this year, and I'd be open to hearing about any critical new positions that are needed. But my position on the number of city staff would be, if a division says they need a new position for X specific job, that they come up with a Y position that they could do away with. So that would just be my input to keep the city total staffing level constant and work to fill the needs that we've heard about this morning.
Thank you, Councilmember Spence. Rick or Heidi, can you clarify, it wasn't last year that we approved 30 new positions? So we haven't done that since
That's just a hypothetical. I was just.
It was not. Last year was 4, I think.
There's 4 new positions.
I stand corrected, thank you.
Yeah, and Councilmember Spence, I think the message, you know, is if there are new position requests, looking at it, you know, with a creative lens, are there some options to, you know, to work with another division, to help fund that? Or if you have a vacant position, is there something that you could do within your current organization? So I appreciate that feedback. It's helpful.
Thank you.
Next, so, and just so we're focusing on the right thing, some of our divisions don't pull from the general fund for new FTE, and to provide those services, we need the manpower behind it, right? One thing that I'd like to see maybe in the next session or just at a council meeting is how much of the minimum wage increase is chipping away at our general fund ongoing, because that is a growing issue, and it does impact our overall budget. What I'd really like to see, and just, you know, I think it started, maybe the light bulb started to come on when I asked in a fair item to bring housing and sustainability to a retreat, because I realized that decisions on their needs were being made. We were told about it and we had the opportunity to make adjustments, but those really deep conversations had already been made, right? And then we're just kind of being presented with the end result. And now with this public safety tax conversation, I'm realizing that it was deeper than that. And I know I said a lot of this earlier, but I think myself and probably the majority of our community just assume those things are covered in the stuff that we talk about, and where we reallocate or allocate different funds is for the other stuff. And now I realize that that hasn't been the case. Now I was going back doing research and seeing that, this kind of deficit in funding our public safety has started back 2009, when we did across the board cuts because of the recession. And maybe the priority-based budgeting system allowed for a gentler, across the board funding. So everybody got a little bit instead of saying, but these are our core services and now everybody else gets a little bit. And I think that's going to be more and more important as we move forward. You know, that was a hard conversation about the water rates. It was a necessity. We got so far behind in our capital improvement needs. And so then, you know, it was put upon us to then make really tough decisions that impacted our community. And I feel like we're entering that again. Now we've underfunded these core services for so long that now we can't fix it in the general fund. Now we're looking at a tax, and that's overburdening our community. You know, but we have to do something. So we can't just say, well, you know, let's talk about the past and how, you know, maybe things could have been different. That's not fixing the problem now. Now we've got a big issue, and now we've got to come up with a lot of money, right? So whatever form it is, whether it's in this budget, because we got to have a budget in a couple of months. But I really want to make sure that we're informed decision makers, and that we're seeing that when we do this, we're taking from this, and we want to make sure our core services, we're finding solutions for ongoing funds, because one-time funds aren't supposed to be ongoing, right? It's supposed to be, you know, ongoing. And so, and I know you've spoke a lot about it since you were interviewing and stuff, and I know it was on your radar that there was a lot of things that need to be adjusted, and I'm excited about that, and I'm grateful that we're having this conversation and you're at the helm of that, and I trust that you're going to, but it's not an overnight fix, right? But it is these decisions now, because of all these things that have kind of piled up on us. We owe it to our community to have even more transparency, and for us to be more engaged. And I know that's tough because we're not a budget team, you know, we don't have that background to really see the overall impacts, but we do need to be informed, because like I said, being out there in the community and just hearing the everyday complaints about just the water part. And then if we're going to increase the sales tax, and if we're going to increase the property tax and stuff, we better have a better understanding of how we got here and why it's necessary, not necessary, and what other options we had, if that makes sense.
It does. And Councilmember, I just recognize we have a great team here. So I'm excited to work with this team. But this is going to be a tough budget year. I think Rick yesterday said to me, sorry about your first budget. But you know, I mean, I think it's going to be the year that we're going to have to make some tough decisions. And on your minimum wage question, we will be bringing that to the April retreat. We've had some discussions about, you know, some kind of internal impacts of the minimum wage. So that'll be coming back. But good feedback, and definitely heard your feedback.
Joanne, first of all, thank you to everyone who is here today and the information. Something on a positive note, I'm really happy to see that the maintenance of our projects is now being included in the budget. I think that is just so crucial. I know with my business, I've had to learn that the hard way, like, oh, you know, the walls are not just gonna be perfect all the time. So I have to do that myself, and I'm glad we're doing that. And I appreciate all the comments. For me, it's good to see the bigger picture, and I think it's important that we keep having that broader conversation of all the increases and really keeping that top of mind, that it's not just a property tax we're talking about, it's everything. I know for me, I'm feeling overwhelmed with just in my own personal, you know, keeping track of all the increases. So if I'm feeling it, I'm certain the community, you know, and I hear it. So I just want to make sure that when we come back in April, that bigger picture for me does help, so that I can carry that to my constituents. Oh yeah. Councilmember Garcia.
I don't know if this is going to make much sense, and it's something I've been thinking about, and Councilmember Matthews definitely touched on it. And maybe she vocalized it, would make a little bit more. I'm not even sure what I'm trying to say, but when it comes to all the losses that we took during the Great Recession and where we're at now, I think it's useful for maybe for the community to understand, for myself to understand how much we lost during that time and how we're barely catching up. But so much has changed throughout that time as well. So when I think about the budget, I think about questions like, I'm sure I wonder if we're outsourcing for things that we used to hire for, and what the difference on cost is on that. Like, is there a value to that, or is it costing us more? Those are the types of things that I'm thinking about as we get back to kind of full capacity of staffing after 15 years or more. So it's wild to think that we have to go into raising so many different things. I mean, we just got done with the parking rate downtown, and now we're talking about taxes on homes, and but also to realize that during the last 15 years, those home prices have went up 500%, and our taxes really haven't tracked with it. So if there's a way that we could start messaging in a way to where we understand that we're going to have to give more to get more out of this as a community, I think that would be important throughout all the budgets that we're going to be passing, because we're not going to be, we've done more with less for so long that's the new norm, but now we're going to have to do more with more. We're going to have to catch up with capacity. If there's a way that I can help, spread that message, I think it's something that we, instead of fighting against it, that we need to start accepting and move forward with. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and it does feel like we're at a breaking point with our staff level and working with our staff. Well, so the next step, Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think all I would add is that I do believe that we need to get caught up with our code compliance. I think that's particularly important for dark sky code compliance, given the context of a lot of things that are going on around that issue. And the more that we're able to just rely on the general fund for these things, I think it provides us the opportunity to have a little bit more discretion with these long discussions we've been forced into having around how to fund public safety appropriately without strings attached. So those are just some of the thoughts I'd bring into the new year.
Thank you, Councilmember. So the next step is we start division review meetings. Is it next week? Is that correct? Yes. Yeah, so next week we start, and we'll have 2 weeks of meetings where the city manager budget team will meet with the city manager's budget team. We haven't come up with a new name yet. So, we'll be meeting with all the divisions and going through their requests. There were quite a few new position requests, but also reclassification requests. So, they're all kind of lumped together, but we'll be working through those and then putting together something for the April retreat to bring back to council. Shannon, Kevin, am I missing anything? Heidi?
Is the chief coming at 2?
He's coming at 2, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to ask for public comment here?
Oh, yes.
So do we have any public comments?
Oh, anybody?
I haven't got a request directly, but Here for public comment?
Not here.
Great.
I don't see any. Okay. Should I do this till 2? Yeah, do we want to?
Yeah, we should just recess. We can adjourn or recess either way.
Adjourn. Okay. So with that, I'm going to call this meeting adjourned, knowing that Chief is coming at 2. Sorry, Beth.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
It's just start.